Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions that are going to populate the queue, we're going to begin with a warm-up level. This is going to be a look at Goku D's recent creation, Poison Pipe Scramble. Tricky, high-speed platforming. Keep moving. Looks like this one has blown up quite a bit already, but Goku D was somebody who was very high up in the popular charts, and, you know, certainly one of the rare, decent makers to be way up there from some of the early moments of the game back when it launched. And so, it's nice to see some of his output continue, which, as always, we're happy to feature on this stream. Whoops, wasn't watching that pipe. Alex? Oh, hello. The queue is open, it's currently empty, we just got started. But whether you have anything to submit or not, welcome, and I hope you enjoy the stream. And thank you for submission number 1. I should be watching the level instead of peeking over at chat and anticipating Miglerwania. But we'll see that soon enough. Okay. Yeah, just need to slide my way over and let myself fall gently onto that lower platform. That's something I keep misreading, and that's something that's really easy to fix, but that's why we do a warm-up. Yeah, not really going for that 50 coin up top just yet, but maybe that'll come later on. And are we going to outrun that one? Yes, we are. No, it's not popular by all time, I don't think. Although this is one of the makers who tend to be fairly high on the popular list, and Supernova, welcome. You know, Supernova, I usually expect you to be streaming around this time, but I guess I haven't been keeping up with everybody's timetable lately. But yeah, this is a maker that I've actually known since Mario Maker 1, and he just got off to a massive start at the beginning of Maker 2. And his output has become a little sparser lately, but he is back from time to time, and usually makes a lot of stuff that ranges from about, 2 to 3% up to some creations that are much easier and which have blown up with time. But that's why you might have seen some of these creations on the popular chart for sure. Yeah, it is timed in such a way that I can go for the 50 coin if I want. And this is just going to be a straight run. You don't always stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, or Saturdays, right? You just did a few extra last week because of the Mangfest. I do remember now. Whoops. And yeah, I say that the Friday and Saturday, well, if you're an NA, Friday and Saturday viewer level streams on my end are also just my only regular programs, but then we've been increasingly doing Mario Maker every week on the Monday to Tuesday and the Thursday to Friday slot as well, because there's just so much to show off that, of course, doesn't always fit in the context of viewer levels. But yeah. You actually do have to pull back a little bit on those jumps, which is interesting. A full jump is not going to do it as you go from platform to platform. You've been busy tonight working on a new profile. By profile, do you mean some of the various things on Twitch, like the About page and so on, or are you talking about something else entirely? Let's try to get back on pace. So yeah, this level can be a little bit deceptive, because unlike a lot of things that are very linear and speedrunny, you do have to control your jumps. You have to know when to pull back, and gradually these coin indications start to disappear on you. And of course there are little optional objectives like those 50 coins that encourage you to vary your pacing and take some additional risks as well. Avatar Online, I see. Oh, you mean your image. The actual visual identity that you currently have as your me. Okay. Not going to go for that one. Top right, but that's going to be a GG. And as always, do let me know if things are still working fine on the stream. We partly do the warm-up levels to try to catch things like our serial problems with audio issues early, although they might still show up later. Everything is working in normal parameters. Thank you. Good to know. Okay, with that in mind, let's get into the queue. Going to be YJ8, XBW, E3G. Megalerwania, first level ever from August of 2020. Loved bouncing on Wigglers, so you made a level around it. Well, let's take a look. This looks like it's something that is at least theoretically short, going by the world record, with a clear rate of about 5%. L64, welcome. Thank you for Iggy's Hidden Armada Rising. I believe that's the new version of what we tested out yesterday. And I look forward to seeing what kind of changes are in store. Okay. Interestingly enough, because the Wigglers are on these platforms, they don't really have much room to move, and so they kind of remain in position even when they are occupying spacing that is about 2 tiles wide. Not clear to me whether this is optional, but we'll tap it anyway. Oh, I see. Reached the goal without landing after leaving the ground. I didn't even notice the clear condition because up to that point I had no choice. And I know this was the first level you made, so sometimes you might just be playing around with the clear condition as a feature set. It wasn't apparent to me up to that point that the clear condition was actually necessary, but maybe there is something to it that we just haven't seen that happens later in the level, so I guess we'll find out. Usually the main issue with the clear condition, especially the leave the ground one, is just a massive block of text at the very start. Okay. Nope. There we go. Oh, I see. I have to wait here. Okay, I didn't realize I have to deal with this guy. So, nope. And okay, there we go. After all that talk about the clear condition, we fail. So let me just scout ahead a little bit. Mushroom is available. Mushroom could potentially help, although I guess if you're going up at a kind of diagonal that clips against one of the Wigglers, you can take damage and still retain the clear condition. And clear condition is necessary because, as you say, at one point there are fewer Wigglers per platform. Yep. So that is something you just kind of gently introduce after getting the player into the rhythm of the bounce. Okay. Still don't know what the on switch here is all about, because I haven't seen what it affects just yet. Sometimes the player will have to do a little bit of guesswork when it comes to whether that is optional, especially because it's tucked aside in a way that certainly looks optional. But we'll tap it anyway, and we'll see. No need to spoil the answer, we'll just take a look and see how this is going to go. So yeah, first level from August 2020, so good to see that people were still kind of getting into this game well after the initial launch. And recently, of course, there was the Marten Day sale that might have brought in some new blood as well, so... yeah, sure, let's go for everything. Okay. Oops, and that's why we take the mushroom. Okay, this little corner here looks very deceptive. Oh, You can see why the mushroom would actually kind of hedge against that. Okay, bit of a blind fall there, but at least there's no chance that you will actually fail it. Down arrow. It's going to tell you everything will go over here. Yeah, so I guess it was just that one spot earlier where the clear condition was relevant. If you ever have to make something that does not use the clear condition for whatever reason, like you have to have a checkpoint or something, then one alternative to that is simply to put those segments over the one-tile spikes, of course. The clear condition does that function here, but if you just need it for one particular section, that is always an alternative. Let's mark that. And you watched Mario Maker content on YouTube for hundreds of hours before you got a cheap copy. Yep, that's a great way to get into this. And sorry to hear about the trademarked depression. Oh dear, welcome. Ah, yes, the on-off is optional, and it gives you the blue heart at the end. Which I guess is kind of a Celeste thing in some ways. Although the blue hearts in that game are relatively well hidden. Let's pull up Mail 64. D4N, and it's kind of fitting because it's in SMB3 style, and one of the blue hearts in Celeste, very famously, requires a little bit of knowledge of SMB3 as a precondition to understanding what the secret is all about. Natcat, we are doing very well. I hope you're doing just fine on your end as well, so glad to see you in here. And let's take another look at Iggy's Hidden Armada Rising and Mail 64. If there are any particular changes you want me to pay attention to, please do feel free to mention that in the chat. Try to break the level? Okay. I don't even remember what I tried to break with it yesterday, but I know I was poking around quite a bit. And yeah, Palix, thank you. I haven't actually updated my commands in quite a long time, but I do appreciate the interest. Yeah, a lot of those commands have not really been touched since last year when I was, well, more actively streaming, because we just recently came back to Twitch in late February after several months off. And it's been kind of nice to get back into this, even if it's at a time slot that is inconvenient for many people, including many of my former viewers. And of course we're going to check things like this, but I didn't see anything that would be too suspicious, apart from E-switch. Oh, watch this, watch this. If you're trapped on this side, okay, good. He belongs there, keep you from falling to your death. And also from the additional spawning of any P-switches from the blaster. Okay. So that checks out. Anyway, we're going to see tons of P-blocks all over the place. And ah, okay, so you actually did create Dominion. Yeah, we said on the last playtest, for those of you new to this level, that this massive yellow construction here looked like a minion with its arms, and so in this version, its goggles were actually filled in. Okay, let's grab this acorn and do this interaction once again. Whoops, didn't actually see how I killed it there. Ah, I see, yeah. Timing fits surprisingly well under the upper Podoboo. I didn't really need to do the last tap, but that's okay. Well, you know what? I'm going to switch this back to the off state, just for kicks. Also, it looks like we could get additional bombs, but I don't know what purpose that would serve, because it doesn't seem to fall anywhere interesting. Also, I think you might have made this roomier, if I recall how it looked previously, this whole section. So yeah, the camera feels much more comfortable now. whereas previously we were kind of hugging the airship Bob. And look at the bottom left tiles over there. What's this? I see. Okay, so you are allowed to get out. Assuming that I just go around. Interesting. I don't know what this is all about then. I guess it is just in case you miss or something. It's a little bit of an extra element to rescue the player. And Safety of Man, welcome. Safety of Man, hope you've been doing well and that your continuation of the Aegis world that we played on stream has been kind of proceeding along. Look at that, we're just going to stare Boom Boom in the face. Sorry, Boom Boom. Look at that, staring contest. Staring contest. Who's going to blink? Who's going to blink? Who's going to blink? You're going to blink. Okay. Yeah. Look at him, just kind of dangling there. Yeah, the whole time I was still thinking about whether it was possible to do some kind of bombardment on this location, and I didn't really see a way to do it. Because it's not like you're going to get any decent horizontal spacing from the squirrel suit. You made it so I could cheese Boom Boom, but it does work on this, okay. And yeah, Safety of Man, we did finish the whole thing in the session on the Thursday to Friday stream. The last levels took me some time. But the whole run, I think, amounted to a little bit over 4 hours, and the last hour of that was, I think, just the last 3 levels. Not because they were particularly difficult, but I was so low on lives at that point that we had a lot of game overs impose a complete reset. And thank you for the submission, Safety of Man. Oops. Okay, just going to go down this way. And this way. Interestingly enough, I think it's possible to go up to the left side if we really wanted to do a squirrel climb for no reason whatsoever. And get over to the minion. Okay, nothing there that we haven't already seen, except for a bit of a view of how the level is constructed. I think it was theoretically possible to get back into that claw if my positioning was just slightly better. And yeah, Safety of Mana just takes a lot of practice, like anything with this game. There are certain kinds of levels that don't yield to practice and experience. But I think anybody who streams in particular can look back at their oldest recordings and just see how much worse they are as players at that time. I recently did that, in fact, just looking back at my oldest VODs from when I first started. And when I could not do anything like a shell jump at all, and I still have trouble with that, but not nearly as much as I used to. Okay, we're going to bounce off the walls here. I didn't used to have this problem. Okay. Stuck here in my padded cell. And let's grab a mushroom to avoid any trouble with the rocky wrenches. And yeah, I definitely feel like a substantially better player than I was when I was first starting to stream, or indeed just first starting to build anything in this game.
Oh, no.
Terminator, welcome. Thank you for living on the edge 20. And yeah, still thinking about that door that is on the other side there, but I think that's because we pop out there later. Whoops. Can't quite see there. Whoops.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so Male64, I was not quite sure on what you meant by the Boom Boom cheese you mentioned earlier, but kind of nice that you can see the one-up mushroom here in this location, just so you know to keep your eyes peeled for a way to get upstairs. Which, of course, we abjectly failed to do last time I played this. But I can see that it was definitely designed with the squirrel suit in mind when it comes to scaling the walls, so scaling the walls in this location here. Very nice of a cannon to get out of the way, but we can in fact get it this time. Nope. Should have waited on that. we'll just go straight up to avoid any further problems. Damuga, welcome. And thank you for the submission of your maker code. We'll hopefully do better than we did last time when I wiped out the Skip Squeak Fest. It was at the very start of your Super World. But we'll see what's in store this time. Anyway, we're going to get past a little armada over here. Never really did see what was in the top section, but I assume that might have had something to do with the door we saw earlier that was behind that blaster. Regardless, yeah, sure, let's tap this. Now, why would we want to do that? Hang on, let's check the top location. No, pipe is going to block us off. If I hit Boom Boom when there's a claw above... Oh, you enter a loop where he constantly gets in the claw because when he gets into his damage state... Yep, I understand. Right, the on-off switch here is just there to enforce the on-off state going into the next section in order for the mechanism to work properly. Oddly enough, I think I could probably take one of these. Although, okay, there's no auto-scroll or anything imposed, so I think I could probably jump up and just take him. Let's check this. Okay, no secret. Just more spikes. I'm going to take a spring... Oh, okay. So I do in fact need the upper layer here. Very nice of these brown markings to tell me where the placement is going to go. However, you'll notice that if all of these platforms die, just watch this. I mean, I can technically go under here, but if all of these platforms get chucked like this, I guess you can reset through the pipe. Oh, no, okay. That fires. And this fires, right, okay. Okay, so that's how you enforce that there's always going to be something available here. I wonder if I can just sneak a wall jump. Looks like it'll be difficult. Let's place these a little differently. Whoops. That was a mistake. And then we'll try to get this arranged here. There we go. And what do we got here? Yes, this is where the Iggy fight begins. Gotten a little bit sniped there on our way in. And a little bit stuck under my own little spring there. And I see the on-off switch was instantly defended as soon as I tapped it once. Instantly blocked off, I should say. I should check this so I can actually wall jump. That might be important. Although...
Oh no!
Yep, tried to re-grab that, and that was not very clever. But let's redo this part. Cordial Snail, welcome. Okay, that's going to bounce into, well, that position. Let's just try to place this one a little further to the right. Nope. You tend to instinctively just repress the dash button at every opportunity, and sometimes it doesn't quite lead to the desired result. Let's grab the spring that's furthest to the left and see if we can get a slightly different bounce going here. Right on the edge. There we go. Once again, I think I'd rather wall jump. Whoops. Yeah, it does feel a little bit sudden to run right into the first spike ball shot, but wow, got saved by the on-off switch. Anyway, let's do this final sequence here. And mushroom's going to be pretty helpful. I guess, yeah, dropping down below will not be smart. I believe it's heavily implied to just be death. Okay. Squirrel is going to be great. Nice power-up placement. And Let's just jump around and do this like a regular Iggy fight. Yeah, if you can go back through the pipe in that early section, then you can reset any problems that you have with the trampolines, I think. So in the worst case scenario, at least, that is an option that's available to the player. Okay. Oh. There we are. Now, what's that final P-switch all about? I guess it's just there to create the special effect. And thank you for that, Mail64. Let's pull some subs into the queue. It's another exit. Okay, I see. Oh dear. Taldir, if you could just check in quickly, that would be great. And we will look at the code. Okay, just let me know if you are in fact still here, as you usually are. And I will punch this in. And yeah, bellow. My bellow to you as well. Okay, this is going to be a suggested level. PJ seems to be Team Jimp. Very new and very popular. Gerald 177. Please keep the lights on. It's dangerous in the dark. Ghost House Visualizer. Interesting, okay. So we'll be looking for some kind of trigger to turn on the lights from time to time as we move through the level. And we'll see how we do. I don't know if it's official. I mean, it seems to be a fairly new upload, and I don't know much about their Team Jump screening process. I just tend to see this tag all over the place, so could be something that's still being screened, but I don't really know. Okay, we do have to fall to the right. Sure. That location. Not super precise, thankfully, but I do need to be on my toes when it comes to adjusting my falling direction in midair. And we do already see what the landing points are going to be in the series of platforms immediately after that. So, up we go. Need to execute that a little bit better. Okay. And thank you so much for the sub, Safety of Men. Safety of Men, the queue currently doesn't recognize you as a sub, though, because it doesn't do that just yet. But if you, yeah, if you want to kind of requeue as a sub, you can do that. But if you're fine with your current position, it just won't be recognized this time around. But thank you very much for the support and the continued viewership, regardless. And world famous Tallboys, thank you for the submission of Bring the Hammer Down. Yeah, I think we're only a few subs away at this point from actually having a new emote slot to work with. Okay. Those are going to be invisible blocks, as they usually are, and so we'll just jump around that with a second bounce. Just need to read this properly. Round we go. 50 coin. And, yeah. Okay. Nice of that marker to cover for a bit of potential blindness there. Okay, was trying to sneak under, but timing was slightly off. And here we are. Okay. Down we go. Whoops. I guess it is timed in such a way that you can go fast, but still not reading that quite right. And Bogu242, hello, welcome back. Hope you are doing well. Yeah, I'll just need to compensate properly for that up and down movement of the Big Muncher. And hopefully we can get a decent timing in for that. I think maybe if I just go fast, maybe it'll be timed in a smooth fashion, but that depends, of course, when the Muncher comes within camera range. Yeah, and no, we can't just go fast. It is when we make the first big diagonal jump that I think we start spawning in the Muncher from a position of about 4 tiles off screen. Okay, so we are still just in the main world, and so we haven't seen whatever lighting gimmick was described earlier. Oh, I see, that's going to be a cling, like in Manga's Grasshopper level. You just watched the blind 10 level run. I'm not sure I know what that is. Safety of Man. Blind 10 level run. But I don't remember a lot of the big event streams from back then, apart from the big GDQ relay race that they did shortly after the launch of the game. Which, for pandemic reasons, I think has only really been one big appearance of Maker 2 in the GDQ programming so far, but I might be wrong about that. Yeah, I don't keep up with the blind race scene that much, but I'm really glad that the community for this game has been able to support one. For people who do things like the endless expert racing leagues and things like that. Okay, up we go. And this should be checkpoint 1. That's correct. Interesting, this door is not matched to the bonus room, or is it? Yes, it is, okay. Interesting. Now, I think this is probably just a preview room, in fact, so you know what's coming. I would suspect that to be the case. Because you jump, jump, jump. Oh no, there's nothing in the red pipe, okay. It is a false pipe. Ah, yes, okay, so you were talking about the relay race after all. I was looking at this and thinking, huh, this is Team Jump over 1%. There's no way that's a shell jump. And nope, it's just a shell switch. Nice momentum here. I need to not miss the mole. Once I released a shell, then I should be able to land there pretty safely. As long as I correct my positioning. And here we go. Yeah, we do want a Goombat split there. I'm thinking about what the positioning of the 10 coin up top is going to be doing for me, but we will deal with that when we get there. So, split. Up. Nope, I need to hit this because that's what's going to give me my next platform. And Boogu, forgot to acknowledge, thank you earlier for the submission of Redcap Rhythm. And yeah, amazing hitboxes all over the place. Okay. Let's go up. Alright, pulled back a little bit too hard there. It's going to be a wiggler bounce that curves over whatever that is next. It's pretty readable overall. I'm just making some poor corrections as I'm jumping some of these obstacles, especially when there are unseen elements that come in. Mr. Greggy Spike, welcome. Thank you for Super Metroid 2 Mario Returns. We'll definitely take a look at that. And, yeah, the world-famous Tallboys continues to be right about all the hitboxes in this game. Or at least with the 2x2 objects here. It's not nearly as rough as it is with some of the 3D or quasi-3D artwork that you see in the newer styles, 3D World and NSMB. But definitely when I kind of fudge against the corners of some of these things, like Goomba over here, it's going to get a little bit rough. Once again, going to have a pretty generous margin there for the landing on the spring. Okay. Looks like the thwomp is going to lower as we go up to the coin. Once we go for the coin, then it's going to be Goomba, on-off switch, Goomba. Checkpoint 2. We fire this, we kick, and then... Okay, whoops. I was hoping that would go a little better. Okay. Here we are. I thought I was getting a full bounce on that shell, but it seems not. I think I actually have to dash a little bit off of it. And then, no, it's not a flying beetle, though. Should just be getting a bounce. I wonder why I'm not getting that full bounce, then. Friend found a soft lock. Okay, I see. Don't forget to jump. Yeah, exactly. I am jumping there. Don't know why that's not quite working out in that location. Don't know if I'm just late on the input or something. But we'll find that out soon enough. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we'll just have to jump harder and harder. And hit that from the side. Huh. Probably just my positioning relative to that shell. And the marker. Interesting. Oh, it's supposed to hit the jump block down below. Okay. Yeah, I see where the jump block is placed. Below. And there we are. And then I tap and then I go left. Yeah. Nice little backspin that you do all over the place, except I think we came in a little bit low there, as we can see. Just up to you. Oh, huh. Yes, I should trust the markers a little more than I'm doing. Why am I slipping there now? Oh, I'm just missing, I think. That was not a problem we had previously, so that was a little bit unexpected. Yeah, landed a little bit too far to the left that time. So yeah, I am supposed to land on the ground and then just let the shell do its thing. And then jump up from the ground, which was not initially clear to me. Like that, and I have to hit, of course, but landing on the platform is, in fact, the idea. And we'll just slowly make our way back and not flub the on-off switch at the end. Okay, slide. And yeah, I need to pull back on that jump a little bit more as we're getting quite close to the goal screen at that point. It is pretty much the end of the level. But then we'll move on up and see how this is going to go. Yeah, I just need a fairly soft jump, but not that soft. That will just take a little bit of adjustment as we get back in. But we should have the clear on this pretty soon at this point. Soft-ish, exactly. Fortunately, we don't have that good a terminology for the different grades of jump. I guess in terms of percentage, you could describe that, but that's partly why I'm not a precision player. I would need to know that kind of thing. Yeah, definitely when it comes to a lot of the top speedy or technical players, the one thing that's kind of silently happening when they play levels is that they are cutting so many corners with every single jump just very naturally. Just doing the most efficient jumps from corner to corner as a habit. Daph the Spy is welcome. Good to see you here, and thank you for high spec Robo Go Flying Battery. I assume that is just another musical masterwork in your long list of jukebox pieces. Looking forward to getting to that. So, thank you for the level suggestion, Taldir. We're going to mark that as a win. Supernova, if you are still here and not collapsing in a heap somewhere as you're nodding off for tonight, we'll just give you a moment to check in. Okay, let's get into it and see what this is all about. Mellow Yellow. Oh, okay, this is one of Eli's levels. I don't think I've actually played one of Eli's levels, but this is new from here this week. And apparently, it is kind of like Mountain Dew. And yeah, you did say that you were getting into some Celeste speedrunning in your own right, so good luck with that as you grind that out. Kind of like Mountain Dew, exactly. Okay. Nope, just going to miss that. It is going to be short spin jumps. Not going to be too hard to read, I hope. Coins are something that I should trust a little bit more. The second spin jump is going to be a high spin jump. There we go. 2 jumps here. Oh, okay. It's just a column, I guess. You have to do that in order to do that a little bit quicker, in order to catch the platform, because it is going to go away and never, ever come back. People really held jump and died to those spikes. Oh, you mean where the Cheep Cheeps are. Okay. Nope, should have been spin jump. No, actually, just a regular jump down to the platform and then spin jump on the thwomp. See, now that was supposed to catch me. Okay. And then we'll... oh, I see, yeah. Really read the side thwomp properly there. Yeah, Mamuga, it seems like once the platform deserts us, it does so with a great sense of finality. It's very committed to that decision, if you look at how the track layout is specified. Okay. Looks like we need to catch the thwomp here, but a one-way panel is going to trap it for me anyway. I do love all the hanging decorations here with the tracks kind of making these look like suspended platforms. Visual field here is fairly easy to read. Today was a good day until noon. What happened at noon? Oh, nope. Need to catch the Cheep Cheep quickly. And then after we catch the Cheep Cheep, yeah, it looks like a sequence of drops on top of dropping objects. Okay. Nope, spin jump. That's okay, we saved that. And just didn't press in time for the second jump there. It looks like we will be under a bit of time pressure from the icicles knocking out the platforms from under us when we get there. But we'll deal with that soon enough. Yeah, you do have to drop the thwomp first. So I should be doing a normal jump up to that coin anyway, just to confident about getting into thwomp range. And that should not be too much of an issue. Damage boost here. That's just going to be a speedy little thing, and obviously we're checking this. Okay. Well, that didn't amount to much. Well, Mamuga, I'm glad that you're able to come by and kick back a bit over here. And hopefully we're improving your day-to-day experience just by doing the thing I do here and playing video games all day. I wonder if I can grab that Pokey the other side. Yeah, I can. We're just going to have a revenge. There we go. Have to do this properly. Oh, failed to get the one up. It's okay. They're well stocked. And that's going to be it. Thank you for the suggested level, Supernova. Punch In's up next. And Male64, thanks for giving that old thing a try. I'm still very proud of it, even though there's a very obvious reason why a lot of people don't complete the first upload I made in this game. Okay, Living on the Edge 20, final stage of the series. Escort the Master Sword to its final destination. We still have a lot to catch up on with this one, but we should learn this one. And yeah, because I think I've done about half of this series on and off, most of it when I was streaming in 2020. But this is something that was uploaded in late December, and we have not been anywhere close to catching up, so... But a 0.6-ish%, I mean, sometimes those clear rates are lowered by some of the finickiness of the sword escort mechanic, but we do roughly know what to expect, but we don't know what the twist will be. And yeah, Male64, I do have some more creations coming. I only recently really got back into making... no, that's going to be... Okay, as long as we keep one sword alive, that's how we'll do it. If the precedent in this series is anything to go by. Oh, no. Interesting. I see what's going on there. That when you tap the sword while you are riding the blasters, the sword travels backwards rather than forwards, because usually you would just get a bump like this. But because of the blaster momentum going forwards, the sword is actually outpaced. It does not conserve momentum. And so it is a little bit misleading if you believe that momentum is actually going to save you there. Okay. No, missed that shot. Okay, and then it looks like we need to shield our way out of the bonsai bills after that, so I do think that tapping this in front is going to help, even though tapping it at all from this point in is going to deflect it in ways that are not so desirable. Let's get that shot ready after doing all that. Oh, missed. I know there's a bit of an implication that for the Piranha Plant segment, maybe Pegasus Dash works as well, but given that the standard sword swipe is doing its job, we'll just do it the easy way. And, okay. Yeah, because conservation of momentum depends very heavily in this game on what kind of platforms you're working with. There are a lot of different rules that aren't really consistent with each other. but you know, we just hope that the levels are designed in such a way that you can play around those expectations and adjust accordingly every time the rules change in unexpected ways. Whoops. Failed the shield out of that guy. Taldir, thank you for Cowabunga, dude. I see the Team Shell tag on that one, and I'm not expecting to have an easy time. Not convinced I've actually beaten a Team Shell level, at least anything of non-trivial difficulty, so... okay, no, that's going to be a shot. No, that's going to be a bomb. The bomb tells you that a bomb is going to come up here, detonate in time for you to get across. I see. Yeah, that's going to be a bomb throw for sure. Okay, everything's here pretty readable. And, we just need to do that. I sometimes don't quite know, whoops, if the shield bump on the Bonsai Bill is actually going to knock me back. It's probably safer to just swipe them with the sword and not worry about that. You know, just like that. Because they do bump you back slightly, I think, when you make contact with the shield. Which might be a problem later on, but... Okay. No, that's going to bomb. There we go. Bears are going to slow down there, but too late on the bomb, and so the sword is going to be destroyed. Although maybe if the sword were in the central position on the platform, that would not be an issue. So let's try not to bump it forward this time, and see if that segment goes any better, because it seemed like part of the issue where there was just the positioning of the sword too far to the right. Although it's not necessarily clear that you can't do that. And yeah, so Palix, this is part of a long-running series of levels. This is the 20th of the series by Terminator, where the concept of those levels is all about escorting the Master Sword to an item check gate that's at the end of the level. So yes, you do need to keep it alive the whole way, and it eventually bounces into a switching mechanism if it's anything like the earlier levels in the series. Once it gets into that switching mechanism, then you are allowed to actually leave. So yes, it is imperative that we keep it alive the whole way. Nope, bomb. I just missed. Yeah, if I'm quick about the bomb, I should not have to worry about the sword positioning too much, I think. But I do need to be very quick. And we'll see if bumping the sword over to the right gets me into trouble eventually. Possibly that's against the intended design, but you know, I have no way of knowing that as the player, so I'm going to try. But whoops. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with the bomb throw here. Yeah, Taldir, you're quite welcome to submit a troll. If it is not your own troll, I may not stay on it for very long. But usually with trolls, I will go through them in multiple segments, just to see those solutions a little bit at a time. Since usually with a well-designed troll, it doesn't take you too long to get back to checkpoint once you know what you're doing, so... I have completed... why am I having so much trouble with the bomb throw? Muscle memory is not working with me here. Let me, practice a bit. Yeah, okay, it's up. Why? I don't know why I was having so many issues with that. Just reacting to it poorly. But if my reaction time on a bomb is good, I should be able to pass that without too much fuss. Okay. Nope. Keep missing that input. Yeah, back when I first started streaming, I had never actually played a troll, and I thought I was going to be one of those people who would just not play them. And then I realized that they actually do kind of suit my puzzle-solving style from time to time, so I decided that it couldn't hurt to take those missions from time to time. And I think, you know, occasionally that has paid off when we have seen some better creations in that format. Because we definitely did see some well-made trolls on stream last year. Some of them took quite a while to get through, but it was an adventure. Usually, though, the issue I have with trolls is that there's not much they do that standard puzzles don't tend to do better if you are playing them mostly to solve problems and learn new technical tricks. So, all of the things that I get out of the experience of playing troll levels, I think, I also get out of good puzzles. And because the sort of counterintuitive surprise element doesn't really matter too much when it just creates additional attempts of trial and error to learn the layout. But we've definitely seen some good trolls for sure, so I don't judge that format. And we can stay ahead of the bullet there just fine, as long as I stay on a consistent platform, and then we can get the sword over to the item check gate that is going to give me a key. Nope, mistake here. Need to tap the sword first. So yeah, thank you for submitting the elusive nut. We'll see about that soon enough. And okay. Whoops. So, as far as the item check gates, to answer your question from earlier, Palex, you'll see it when we actually scroll in front, but the idea is that the sword bounces through a series of trampolines that eventually drops it on top of something like a note block that gives you a key. That's the mechanism, anyway, that Terminator had built for the earlier levels in the series, and I imagine it's probably something very similar here. So that's how it enforces keeping it alive. And, okay. Looks like we need to do something here. We need to tap the sword, since everything is stopped. And you can see it's going to bounce around, and it's going to fall onto that jump block. Gives you the key. That's how that works. So far, not so bad. We'll see where the 0.5 clear rate is going to come in. Oh, I see. Looks like this is going to be a bit of a boss concept here. I suspect we do need to keep the sword alive the whole time instead of touching it. So I think if it's anything like the previous levels, I cannot grab that. I do need to keep it alive. But I will see how the rest of the fight is going to go first. It will be shooting the POW through the one-way panels. I wonder, actually... there's no way to grab a bomb when you're bouncing, so this is definitely just going to be arrow shots. Also, you can shoot the P-switch under the pokies if you really want, but POW would take them all out at once, I think, so POW is probably the better way to do it. The main challenge here will be to bounce around the sword so you don't pick it up by mistake. Yeah, you shoot that, and then you need to shoot Ludwig probably 3 times. He's obstructing the P-switch. So yeah, we've failed the condition, of course, but I'm going to see... I'm just going to map this out to see what I'm supposed to do. Okay, he's actually going to take quite a bit of punishment. And... yeah, eventually we hit the P-switch, and that will probably open up top right, which then gives you on-off switches. On-off switches will eventually let you go to the right. And the conveyor will send the sword over to the sword point over here. So it's going to be a sword avoidance fight. We'll just hit the spike to restart that checkpoint. So this is the part of the level you really wanted to show me. Okay, I see. And yeah, I remember actually Terminator that in one of the earlier attempts at doing sword escorts that you showed me, that one of them had really tight spacing when it came to avoiding the sword. This one thankfully gives you a lot more room to work with horizontally. And yeah. Oh, no. We don't want to restart, I want to just take the hit. And... yeah, it's kind of nice that we have a lot more room to work with in the back and forth here, although of course I will need to manage my bounce height quite a lot better. And generally just not get hit by projectiles. Okay. Priority should be just not picking up the sword, so... as long as I treat it like a bouncing projectile that must be avoided, that's going to be a mistake. And we should be able to get through this before too long. So. And yeah, Mamuga, it is a very interesting fight. Okay, let's... I'm just going to keep Ludwig off screen so I don't have to deal with the projectiles early on. I think that's going to be part of the strategy here, is that I just position myself as well as possible to get the POW shot on the first try if I can. And I'll just stay to the right and not spawn any projectiles. I also need to not run too aggressively here, or bounce too aggressively, because the sword needs a chance to bounce. There we go. Now we bounce around. Okay, that was kind of close. Nope. I was hoping I would get over. That was not something that worked. And yeah, I do like that you have a bit of space to just run back and forth here. It's kind of interesting that because of the scroll stopping that was introduced in Maker 2, this feels much more like a Maker 1 fight in some ways. And we just got an alert. Oh, that's a host. Okay, thank you for the host. Just couldn't see what was going on while also playing the fight. You know, I should actually use the side bounce to my advantage from time to time if I can control it. So yeah, the trick to this will be to be relatively patient. And SM2 Eevee, thank you for the submission of Scary Mansion. So yeah, going to get rid of the Pokies right away before we have to deal with Ludwig. And, nope. That was not well planned. Yeah, but if I can sort of do the side bounce while the projectiles are not there, then that can recover my position a bit. Yes, Mamuga, I can sword the sword, but usually you can see that my failed attempts are involving just kind of falling into the sword rather than having trouble with it. But you can sword it, yes, of course. That might be a good strategy here. If I want to keep things under control. I was kind of concerned that I would have issues aiming and that I should just stay away from the sword instead of trying to do that. Because there's no point in getting too close to begin with. So it is a bit risky to do that, but if you do need to recover in an emergency... whoops, that's not how to do it. And so yeah, let's just bounce here. Really does look like getting the POW shot before scrolling at Ludwig on screen is the way to do it. And as I was saying just a moment ago, the point I was trying to make is that it's interesting that there's... Despite the presence of Link, who was introduced in Maker 2, there is kind of a Maker 1 character to this fight in some ways, simply because of the way it's built wide, without really worrying so much about scroll stopping, just given how the gate is constructed on the right side. Because these days you don't actually see a lot of boss fights, I think, that will give the player the flexibility to scroll back and forth and keep things off screen. Because usually you see them confined with the scroll stop. So. That's a bit of an issue. Except I think I can eventually just get down on that spring and then tap the sword once I'm down there, but that could run into trouble. Although, if I remember some of the earlier levels in this series correctly, yeah, the issue there is that the sword bounced there before I spawned in this trampoline. And I remember in some of the older levels in the series that that actually did make me completely stuck. So I can't be too reluctant to scroll into the left. I do have to make sure that the trampolines are able to spawn. That's just a consequence of building wide sometimes. Nope. That was a mistake. Okay. Let's get back in. I'm going to repair the arrow, which, nope. It's kind of cornered that time. Let's take the next hit. But yeah, we know the general flow of this thing. The thing I'll probably be most concerned about is just getting the arrow shots accurately, living. Because even without the sword bouncing around, I think that can be challenging to hit accurately. Okay. Oh, we actually can take a bomb out from time to time. You, I think, need a fairly precise timing to do that. Also, notice this, that doesn't do anything, okay. Good. That might have caused problems. Okay. That's just going to be a miss. And there we go. Yeah, if we could actually drop a bomb up there, that'd be great, but it's, I think, a little bit too risky. Whoops. I'm just going to try that quickly. I just want to see if there's a... Yeah, if you land, you can, in fact, get a bomb timing, except I don't think there's a good way to slot it up there. It's not reliably. No. Your timing would have to be quite good in order to do it that way, but... And I don't think it would be a great savings in terms of the number of hits that you need to get off on Ludwig anyway, so... But that's something to consider, anyhow. Okay. Nope. It is a fair bit to keep track of, but... Yeah, the main thing is simply that bouncing around on trampolines is something that can feel difficult to control as is. And yeah, if you get the power shot down right away, it's not too bad, I don't think. It's mostly that I'm missing all of the arrow shots that's the problem right now. Oh. Run away. Nope, facing the wrong way there. Okay. Need to play as safely as possible. Hey, we actually got a shot off for once, and that's going to be the end of that. Yeah, each arrow shot is going to take quite some work. Especially because the arrows lock in your direction of travel. Or your facing direction, rather. So. Okay. And we're in a bit of trouble already when it comes to just the first hit on the POW. Yeah. Nope. Thought I was going to get that hit, and that was not the case. Yeah, I need to find a better way to do the arrow shot here. I think I should be using the marker to my advantage a lot more than I've been doing. The marker does give you an accurate shooting location. Okay. And thank you so much for the follow. Aren't always going to be able to get that, of course. This shot in that corner. Okay. Nope. Got clipped that time. Unfortunately, tall boys, I don't think jumping harder is going to be the solution here, unless it's just about dodging everything up high. Okay. Can we get a second shot off? No, because I'm facing the wrong direction. Nope. Yeah, I should get over the sword when it's traveling left to right as close as I can to the middle of the screen so we have as much of a window of time as possible to do the arrow shot afterwards. So, that's going to be strategy. I'm usually escaping the sword a little too close to the right side of the screen, and that's not going to do the trick. We want to go over it pretty much right about now. Nope, got clipped. And that's okay. Oh boys, it is thought that counts. Okay. There we go. Actually got that shot off for once. And... nope. Thought I could sneak under that time, and... sneaking under is pretty much never going to be the right idea, I think. The sword just does not go nearly high enough. So, have to do a little bit better than that. And, okay. Forward we go. Nope. Yeah, the diagonal arrow shot has always been something I've had trouble with in this game, so... as Terminator knows, in fact, from seeing me play a lot of these previously, that doing the diagonal arrow shot in mid-air is strangely challenging. Even if you do wind up the direction for it ahead of time and just point your way up. Partly I think it's because when you're holding up on a D-pad, you do restrict your own direction of travel a bit. Yeah, you can see having tons of trouble with that. It's okay. I mean, so far the best I've done safely is getting one arrow shot off. We'll need to do a lot better than that, but... eventually, we may sort this out. Should be using, once again, the arrow markers. But often I can't get into that position because, of course, Ludwig shoots you in the face. But if I position his projectiles a little bit differently, maybe I can do something to create some space there, but that's a lot to think about when I am trying to dodge the sword at the same time. Okay. Go nice and high. And, oh, no. Terrible landing there, but that was almost the right idea. Mamuga, what about analog stick? I'm using the Super Nintendo controller. I have no stick, and I'm very bad at playing with stick regardless. It's not something I'm comfortable with, so I rarely do it except for anything like the occasional P-Balloon or Frog level, if it's very time sensitive. I actually have very little experience playing with a stick in this game, unless I'm playtesting some things to see how they feel. I've never really gotten into the habit of playing 2D platformers with stick. With a few exceptions, I occasionally see some that control well with it. I recently streamed all of Ori and the Will of the Wisps, I think, and that was very much a game that's designed for stick. I'm using the Nintendo one. It took a while for supplies to actually exist for that, but I jumped on the order as soon as I could. I have not tried the 8-bit-do one yet. But yeah, it feels very comfortable for this game. I'm very happy with that as my standard Mario Maker controller. Solves a lot of issues. Previously, the Pro Controller in particular was giving me a lot of issues with some of the erroneous diagonal inputs in the 3D World style, so you would, you know, try to do a long jump and you would accidentally spin. We don't really have those issues anymore, at least. I do still play with a Pro Controller when I do puzzle levels, because sometimes I need to screenshot things. And sometimes I need to use the rumble as well to just reinforce some audio cues for things like bomb detonations that happen off screen. So how does this item check work? The same way as the one before. We showed it off earlier, in fact, where once you defeat the boss, you hit the P-switch, and then you hit the on-off switches up top. Then you go to the right, and then that's where you unload the sword. Because the sword will fall onto the conveyor belt once everything is unlocked. I do wonder sometimes if I can find a way to cheese this, but I think even once I take out the munchers, it is still comparatively safe. The P-switch is tucked to the top left of Ludwig, and your arrow shots cannot actually hit the P-switch until Ludwig has been defeated, so that's the reason to defeat the boss. He does not drop a key or anything, but he is blocking your way out. Okay. One shot for once. Let's see if I can get something safe. 2 shots. 3 shots. 4 shots. Okay, next pass. That was actually a very good cycle. Close one there. Okay, now we don't choke. And we should be through once the P-switch has a chance to expire. Let's not choke, let's not choke. Okay. Have to be very careful here. There's a little bit of tension as we make sure the sword is escorted over. And you can see that there's a bit of a cheese check here on the on-off switches as well, so that's going to hit the key. Through we go. And that's going to be living on the edge. So thank you for showing me that finale, Terminator. It's good that we saw it now, because as you know, I seem to be some ways off from playing through the whole series in sequence, and we'll hopefully catch up on more of it with time. So yeah, safety of man, a little bit of tension there, because I do sometimes have the tendency to choke on exactly that kind of jump. Yeah, Terminator, lots of fun. It's something that does not really feel like it's down in 0.5% range when it comes to the clear rate, but obviously if people are seeing this concept for the first time, it can take some getting used to. I had the advantage of understanding what you were doing with the sword gate ahead of time, just from playing previous levels in the series, but I thought the spacing and the boss fight were pretty well tuned. The boss fight, in fact, is much, much better than the one that had the much tighter spacing that you showed me last year, where I was constantly running into the sword in a very similar layout, where it also had the potential to fall under a trampoline that had not yet spawned in time. I think we actually did manage to raise the clear rate there, untrivially, so thank you very much for that, Terminator. Let's go next. Okay, Palix, let's take a look. Gonna be okay too. Also, if you don't pronounce your name, Palix, do let me know. I just read it as I see it. If it's supposed to be Pale X or something, do let me know. Spliced series bonus stage. Thank you for that, Terminator. We'll see that soon enough. Since all of the current subs in the queue have already been played, I will probably just stay on next for the next few submissions. Just to make sure we get people in. So yeah, coins are evil. That's how you know, by the way, Palex, that you had, as you said, been catching up on tons and tons of YouTube. That's actually how I got back into Maker 1 right before Maker 2 was coming out, was just by watching tons and tons of Steve. So anyway, coins are evil, and we have to use the long jump on the section below the red spikies. So, looks like it is going to be a coin detector level built in the 3D World style. Okay, Palex00, I see. Yeah, I believe Steve is actually from Austria, but obviously, you know, that's going to be quite similar when it comes to the English accent that you hear from his part of Europe. As a German speaker. Oh, I'm supposed to not collect the coins. You know what? Let's just run ahead anyway. I know I'm supposed to not collect the coins. And then... Okay, I'm not quite sure I get what's going on here then. I see, because if you collect the coins, then you lose your way over. That time, at least, we were theoretically able to get over, but we'll pay attention this time. Yeah. Shiny, let's pick everything up. Okay, getting a bit slow here. And, oh, let's use long jumps. Yes, okay. We only have one shot at the P-switch though, right? It's not something that refreshes from a blaster or something? Okay, it doesn't seem so. It looks like we do only have one chance. Yeah, Safety of Man, that's a pretty accurate description of Orator's stream. I mean, given my time slot, as you can guess, I used to watch him a fair bit, especially late in Maker 1. I don't really catch him anymore because I stream during his time. But yeah, the sort of text-to-speech RRR spam thing is very much a long-term feature of his community, I think, rather than a bug. And part of the appeal, though, is that he is himself just a very chill character. That, moreover, even when he sees some extremely bad levels, he has a reputation for sticking through them and clearing things over the course of, say, 2 hours or so that nobody else would bother with. Okay, we need to go right at the edge of that block. But yeah, definitely it's a stream that's, you know, if you have issues with the TTS spam, you don't necessarily need sound on. Because there isn't that much in the way of commentary there sometimes. But yeah, it was a very nice background stream for a long time, especially because Orator was, going into the late life of Maker 1, still the most consistent streamer in that game in terms of keeping the community alive when a lot of people were deserting by then. We just need to do a whole series of long jumps on a very consistent basis. I think maybe I should take off from the middle. I don't really have an accurate sense of my takeoff point there just yet, so... And yeah, Safety of Man, it is very true that you do have a lot of people who stop watching his channel, and not because of anything he's doing, but because of the TTS spam for sure. Okay, I can pull back a little bit on the long jumps. Then we come over here, tap that. I don't think we still need P-switch active for anything over here. Okay, looks like we just need to... Oh no, we need to not collect the coins, first of all. And that's not going to give me the wall jump anyway. Okay, so let's just tap this.
Oh no!
And yeah, Palix, I usually don't need tips. Whoops.
Oh no!
Need to be a little bit more careful there, first of all. But even when I'm thinking out loud, I do tend to like figuring things out myself in this game. I'm not the sort of person who, you know, wants the solution in a clear video or something.
Oh no!
Because I find that understanding the level and understanding the mechanics is usually what gets me through some things that would otherwise be difficult. You know what? I can absolutely collect some of the coins that are on the right side of that jump. The left side, no. The right side, I can do it. It's no big deal. So that's going to be the strategy. I know it's not ideal. So we're collecting all the coins, and oh, I see. You can't collect the coins. That's... Anyway, we got the treasure, so that's a moral victory. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, as long as the left side remains intact, we're doing okay. I mean, I guess I did technically receive fair warning about that. We need to go faster, in fact, don't we? Oh, no. E, okay. Okay, yeah. No, I see how to do this. And yeah, I mean, Tall Boys, it's not so much a matter of liking or not liking the backseat driving, it's more that, as somebody who's mostly doing playtesting, it's kind of important to see what the level is intrinsically signaling, to kind of get a sense of what the experience is like for people who don't have the benefit of seeing the creator in the chat. No, I need to go left here. And, yeah, and then jump, jump, and then to the right. I do have time to do it that way. Yeah, sorry you can't stay, SMM2 Eevee. I know you're a little bit far back, but we hope to catch you some other time. Nope.
Oh no!
Yeah, I know that Steve had actually come back after a very long break. He hasn't really been doing Maker content anymore, though. I get the sense that he burned out on this game rather early. But here we go. And here we are. Don't know if the high jump was how I was supposed to do that, but we'll take it anyway. That's going to drop me in, and we will finally get a chance to collect some coins. Yeah, Animal Instincts, or you can't stay. We do usually get through everybody in the queue, but it can be a fairly long wait if you are back there, so thank you for leaving courteously. And yeah, I mean, I think some of the level is, you know, it does require you to just trust the concept. It plays well once you trust the concept, but I think there are a few cases, like in the earliest part of the level, when something like an additional refresh on a P-switch, you know, when it's in that first teaching segment, would have been useful. But pretty good stab at the concept anyway, and thank you for the GGs. And let's mark that as a win. But it's true, yeah, that Mamuga, there are a lot of alternatives these days for the technical content in the game, although oddly enough, I find that nobody has really given us a proper replacement for, like, really good introductory content for some of the very essential understanding of the Maker engine and things like the loading rules and so on that is specific to Maker 2. Like, there's never really been an equivalent to the video about the Maker 1 loading logic that Steve made that was still a very critical resource when it came to debugging things like spawning ranges, etc. Just as an introductory guide. Surprisingly, there isn't really just one video I can point to as a good teaching video for that kind of thing. Because even in Maker 2, a lot of people were still pointing to the Maker 1 video and just saying, okay, just ignore the bit about the burners because they're not global ground anymore. I don't think. But anyway, thank you, Foxdad, for the submission and safety of man. Let's see Swamp Romp. We will not be able to do this as multiplayer versus, obviously, but we'll get a sense of how it's structured. So let's stick to the platform or try to get ahead, and we'll see how it goes. I've never really had a functional game of multiplayer versus in Maker 2, so that's a whole dimension of level design in this game that I just don't know much about. And yeah, it's very much straight traditional. You'll know, of course, that when you are actually playing multiplayer, the power-ups do spawn in multiples, I believe. I don't really know some of the rules involving them, but I mean, having additional shots of that doesn't hurt, of course. Okay, that's just going to be a surprise piranha. I guess the idea here is that you create problems for the people behind you. If you have the benefit of the mushroom and are playing this in multi as intended. Obviously I'm thinking about how to kick this out of the way, but in SMB1 we're not going to be doing much of that. And I guess we'll be dropping through here. And okay, here we go. And yeah, they spawn 4 times, that's right. Like I said, I don't have much experience in multiplayer as a player at all, so I can't always comment on that. Obviously, it's good that you leave this open to the left, because this is, like, building semi-solids up top is probably the easiest way to create soft blocks if you're not careful. Okay, let's check this. Moving platform is coming out here. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, I see that it just follows the general concept of trying to create problems for people behind you. That seems a little tricky to dodge. Can I tap this? Oh, bad idea. And yeah, Palix, thank you once again for coming by. We do run viewer levels on the Friday to Saturday and Saturday to Sunday stream on a fairly regular basis, plus some other content, mostly Mario Maker, throughout the week. So. In multiplayer co-op it spawns 1, I see. I should pay attention to the level instead of just reading chat. And yeah, progressive power-ups, it spawns the one that is most available, yes, in terms of power-up state. Okay, down we go. And yeah, sure, we'll take that. No mushroom though, so. I'm also just looking in general at how doable this is if you fall behind the platform in terms of not having anything on track. It seems like the platforming is still possible in case the track runs away with you, given that the objects that are on the track stay loaded and don't come back to their earlier position. Although I see a little bit of a loop at the end where the track dips into the poison, so thank you for Swamp Romp. So yeah, as I said, we're just going to avoid repeats for now among the subs, but we'll clear a bit more of the queue first, and then maybe we can get back to the usual order. Mamuga, is it going to be back to the Skip Squeak level in your world, or would you prefer to show me something else? You'll let me know if you have a preference. And yeah, safety of man, I can definitely see why the concept of breaking open the piranha pipes is something that is specifically tuned for testing with people in multiplayer. Fusion GT, thank you for coming by. Fusion GT, for those of you who don't know, is a fellow streamer who draws artwork on your levels if you submit during his stream. Let me just give him a quick shout out. Thank you for lurking. Yeah, always nice to have some comment art streamers because I certainly don't offer that as one of my level clearing services. So, Fusion, I don't know if I'm quite a pro at Scrabble. I think that the other people who do stream the game are the true championship players. There was in fact a Blitz championship that was on a stream earlier today, although I think that might have concluded by now. But yeah, we do occasionally stream a little bit of Scrabble. Okay, so Mamuga, let's see. Back to Super World. Okay. Let's see if I do any better this time on the Skip Squeak Fest. Yeah, Mamuga, we'll whoops, see how well I can do this time. I know that I wasn't really that close to meeting the clear condition previously, so. But yeah, Fusion, there is a fairly new Scrabble streaming scene that is just beginning to take off. And some of the biggest streamers in that field are people who are in fact former North American or world champions. And they play a lot better than I do, but I try to be relatively competent. Okay, we're going to lose access to the cannon box here, but there will be more, so as long as I kind of stay on the auto-scroll and control the position of the car. Ah, yes, I remember that the issue I had with this level was that the auto-scroll does crunch you really quickly when it picks up the pace. And yeah, once again, Tall Boys, I'm not using the controller with the stick anyway, but I do admire a lot of the comment art that people do leave on levels. Some of it is quite spectacular. And yeah, those of you who have to leave, thank you for dropping by anyways, or you can't stay. I do run rather long with some levels sometimes because I don't really have a strict policy with things like time limits. And just so we can see levels that have a wide variety of pacing. So, if you can't stay, we hope to catch you next time. Falkstad, if you want to replace your code, there is a replace command that will keep your position in the queue. So just type exclamation replace followed by the code that you want to slip in. And thank you for the follow. Okay. Okay. Let's tap this. That. And here we go. Okay, here's where it gets a little bit hairy. Because the car isn't always most momentum friendly. Okay. Not that we needed a refresh in the cannon box, but oh, that's... I was running into some issues, losing the car. Luckily, I don't think I actually need the car strictly, it's just that I'm not going to be anywhere near the clear condition. So... we'll see. I need to keep track, I think, of the point at which the scroll picking up becomes a problem. I do think that for the scroll picking up, there needed to be some kind of better signaling of it. You know, even something like a couple of arrows in a row or something. I'm usually not in favor of over-indicating things, but for something like the scroll speed, that does kind of catch you totally by surprise. And if you're out of position at that point, it's very difficult to come back from that. Okay. Okay, so just need to not lose the car. That should be the priority here. And the wheels are already coming off, as you can see. Scroll is going to be pushing me here. And yeah, the car just needs the platform there, I think, and run into everything if I can. So, let's pop back there, see how that goes. And up we go. Alright, now let's tap all of these. And just take it one at a time. Keeping the cannon box there. So. Yeah. As long as I don't run into the wall, I should be okay. Of course, I'm going to run into every wall just as I say that. Yeah, not going to have nearly enough to work with without the benefit of the car.
Oh no!
That's okay, we'll have another go. See if this goes any better. Okay. So far, so good. There's a car cannon box level in Muga that I should definitely show you. That is by Elector, which is usually the level I think of when it comes to car plus cannon box. It's something that's similar to this in some ways, but structured in a way that I think you'll find pretty interesting. I'll have to dig up the code for you at some point. Probably I'll just dig it up after the stream and send it to you on the Discord. I lost a car, and yeah, nowhere close to the clear condition. Just missing way too much. It is a bit of a tight condition, but I'll see if we can do any better. And okay. Yeah, just need to clear out as much as I can early while going as good and while still have a decent amount of room to maneuver. Now let's not crash into every wall along the way. And look at that, Skip Squeak is just going to get pushed. It's not exactly the direction I was looking for. Yeah, I'm holding the charge shot a lot in the cannon box, and I probably shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, once again, nowhere close to the clear condition. Staying on the ground as much as possible, okay. That's not quite clear to me, but then maybe that's just misreading what you're trying to get at with the car. So we can try that strategy just to see, because then yeah, at least the Skip Squeaks remain in position. Because one thing I had definitely not been interacting with very much was the fact that the Skip Squeaks will jump with you and cause all kinds of trouble. So yeah, when you don't raise the Skip Squeaks, this actually does become quite a bit more manageable. And I think the correct approach is going to be to spam the shot, rather than try to hold it for charges. We don't ever really need the distance. This is going a lot better, in fact. So that's a useful suggestion. Okay, here's where it gets a little bit dicey. Okay. Will we actually clear it with... No, I'm actually one off. Thought I was actually able to get through that, but... Almost there. So you can lose the car a little bit. There's enough power-up spam near the end that it makes it possible. But yeah, it's definitely when the speed is picking up that I'm having a little bit of trouble. But yeah, I can see now that the Skip Squeak concept is designed to discourage jumping. Just Of course, not going to explain why we're jumping so much here. Okay, here we go. Getting back on track slightly. And here's the acceleration. Nope.
Oh.
Okay. Back in we go. And yeah, you can definitely see the conveyor serving a very different purpose when you do stay on the ground. In terms of giving you quite a momentum boost to slide back and forth. Not going to bother shooting at those guys on the upper level, I think. Just down here as soon as possible and fire my way across. Okay, this is going better, in general. Actually in the 40s already, which is usually not the case by this point in the level. And yeah, the priority here should just be to keep the car alive, and we should be able to clear the condition this time. Okay. Now this is a world submission, so let me see how we're doing on time. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit... it's not so much the spam that's the issue. I think it's some of the visibility in terms of things like the sudden acceleration feeling a bit blind. Just so you folks know, we usually do continue with worlds within the first 15 minutes or so of a submission, so we might have time to look at one more in this set before we go on to the next submission, since we got through this one fairly efficiently. So let me just take a look at the next one. And thank you for that once again, Mamuga. So here's Bullet Territory. Bullet Territory apparently exists in SMP3. And yeah, with Worlds I usually just have this principle of getting through quick levels in succession if I can. And because sometimes you need to do that in order for the world format to properly shine. Looks like I am able to drop on that lower mecha, which is important. Now, the thing about mechas is, can I get a single bounce on some of these over top of munchers? Because when I... Oops. Yeah, I can. Okay, just checking, because some enemies kick them. Things like shells, for instance, you can get out of position immediately, and it can go quite badly. This is actually very manageable, considering how many bullets there are. Say that, of course, just as all the bonsais come in, and that's actually quite neatly timed. I don't know how much of that was by design, but it's one way to take everything out. Okay, let's take a look at the next one, since we are blasting through this rather quickly. We'll take the optional path to the left. This will probably be the last one we do. World 1 theme. And it is a music level, I see. World 1 in the overworld, perhaps. Ah yes, it is the overworld music. And then, yep. Just going to do a fairly gentle run over this as the auto-scroll plays the music. And oh, we need to defeat everything. I didn't even think about sliding over everything because I did not pay attention to the clear condition at all. Let's slide. Kind of like the upslip slide there. Okay. Now is this an at least condition, or is it... no, it's defeat all. Okay, so we've already failed it. Let's just make sure there are no important surprises. Looks like there will be a bit of a backslide there. So, let's... Okay. So yeah, we just need to take advantage of the upward slope as much as possible. What a fantastic soundtrack to that game, of course. I am planning to do, as I've told some people, I'm planning to do some kind of 3D World Crown stream, where we clear the final levels of the game with every character. That will probably be in the next week or so. But we'll keep you updated because I will need to create sort of an extra time slot to do that. Okay, lost too much momentum there. And there we go. Nope, didn't get into the slide for some reason. Yeah, I'll hopefully be able to get through this. If we take the game over, we will bail for now, but then we can continue here next time. Nope, not enough momentum. Need to keep it up. And the upward slide really is strangely satisfying to pull off. The downward slide is also satisfying to pull off when we manage to do it with any degree of accuracy. Anyway. Okay. Nope, lost too much momentum there. I think I'd need to let that segment scroll in a bit first so I know where I'm going. Let's time the whole slide into that at once. There we go. So yeah, let's let this scroll in. No, I need... there we go. Okay, that worked out a lot better. I'm going to slide it this way. I'm going to start from the ice blocks first. There we are. And yeah, a really nice rendition of that overworld theme for what is otherwise a fairly simple little bonus level concept. So, thank you for that, Mamuga. We will be moving on now. And we'll continue this some other time. Definitely putting the Skip Squeak level first, I think, is a massive roadblock. But we're past that. We won't have to worry about that for the time being. Unless, of course, you replace anything in that super world. World famous Tallboys, thank you for checking in with number 66. I mean, that's one way to say GG. Execute order 66. Okay, we're going to bring the hammer down. It's going to be a red coin extravaganza from this January. Take out the Hammer Brothers and win the day. So it's going to be in SMBU. Yeah, I saw the title earlier, and I was expecting like a 3D World Hammer level, but this is going to be quite different. Should be a fairly generous 7 to 8%. We'll see how it goes. Okay, going to be collecting 3 red coins. This is just an introductory room where that is purely decorative. And yeah, looks like it's going to be collecting these 3 in any order, plus a checkpoint over there, which may imply a repeatable checkpoint where you drop into the other flag here in the subworld. Interesting, this coin here. Ah, yeah. Okay. I might as well bring this guy down while fire is still active. Let me check my jump height here. Okay, not quite. Having the mushroom, though, as a buffer is certainly helpful there. Okay, so we defeat the hammer.
Oh no!
On the next attempt, apparently. Okay, looks like we are just entitled to... Let's see here. I'll check all these. I guess it's just going to be the mushroom that's That is at the beginning of each segment, and you can see the segments are marked with tracks indicating 1, 2, and 3. Okay. And yeah, we'll just let this guy go. There we are. That will give me a bit of a buffer to just run directly into this guy. I mean, if we know that a hammer, or rather a mushroom, is expected at the beginning of each segment, unless it's progressive, there's no reason why I can't just ram into this guy, but we will see in a moment if progressive power-ups are in store in the other 2 segments. So, beautiful checkpoint is going to send us through back to this area here. I mean, luckily I am doing this in order, otherwise I think there isn't necessarily a clear idea of what you have already done. That's okay. That's a mistake we will hopefully not make. Yeah, especially if you do die and reset at a checkpoint with a coin already collected, you of course should be keeping track of which rooms you've seen, so following the 1, 2, 3 order is probably the smart thing to do. Also, I do like the idea of having the power-ups be progressive, just to give you incentive to not just go head first against whoever is going to be fighting you here. Looks like that's going to be a spin jump over the spike. And yeah, that's over. Nope. Sneak in here. That's going to be a safe location, so we'll just take that. And yeah, that is very much on me. But with a lot of the repeatable checkpoint setups, sometimes you see we'll try to design them with some kind of memory aids, although in this case you're not going to be doing that because the coins are at the end of each segment rather than at the start. Although often if you do put the coins sort of at the beginning of a one-way gate at the beginning of a segment, that can sometimes resolve that. And with people who do much more complex repeatable checkpoint layouts that have like 9 different segments, you'll often see them doing something to that effect. This one, though, is fairly simple in structure, and so we don't need to worry about that too much. Looks like we will need to go forward using the P-switch. And let's not dump the P-switch, that would be a particularly awful idea. The gate we go, and oh, that's going to be trouble. Let's not get hit by the cannon, and let's not get stun locked either by this guy's stomp. Whoops. Let up on that jump a little too quickly. And yeah, we are on number 3. Yep, no safety coin, but given that there's no threat in the main room, I don't think that's an issue. Unless, of course, you decide to re-enter one of these rooms for no reason at all. Okay. Yeah, this guy's gonna take extra punishment. And we are through to whatever is next. Yeah, the dying Thwomp looks like it was making one last desperate attempt to hit me there. That did not work out. So that's going to be a GG. I wonder... Oh, GG, maybe. Maybe. Win. Ah, okay. There we go. I want to check one thing before I exit out of this completely. I'll let you know what that is in just a moment. Oh, no, I actually don't think I need to check it. But, yeah, because I was thinking about ways in which you could grab a key at the end of a segment and come all the way back to start. I know that the doors drop you over a gap initially, but if you have something like a P-switch here... Okay, it's 2 tiles. That's not an issue. It's 2 tiles, plus if you grabbed a key, the P-switch it kind of gates you off completely from coming back. So, yeah, I was thinking about that and wondering, is there a way to smuggle a key back? And it appears the answer is no. So, thank you for the GG. And yeah, I trust you when it comes to no cheese. I just like to check that kind of thing, regardless. Let me see the current state of the list. Mr. Greggy Spike, if you would like to check in. Give you a moment to speak up if you are still here. Yes, you are, and I believe that was Metroid 2 that you gave me, so. And yeah, thank you for the submission, World Famous Tallboys. Okay, Super Metroid 2, Mario Returns. 38-minute world record. Okay, I'm going to get in here to scout this. I have played a lot of Greggy Spike's Metroid levels before, and I'm hoping to do a more complete showcase of them. We'll hopefully be able to get through this one without spending too long on it, but it's very likely that I will need to close the queue in a few minutes if that's going to be the case. Otherwise, we'll just have a lot of trouble getting through everybody else. So, thank you for waiting patiently, Greggy Spike. We will definitely look at this. I know I've been kind of putting off some of the Metroid levels recently, but I'm very eager to see what you've been up to with Super Metroid 2 Mario Returns. And hello, Electrodude. So, as I said, after probably the first timeout or so, if we have a timeout or some other death, I will very likely be closing the queue. So this will be last call for submissions for this stream. Whoops, bad idea. And those are going to be blue platforms that go down, so let's just run around and collect coins for no reason. That's obviously not how to play. Looks like we have 10 pink coins in this one, indicating that we will have to do some kind of complete coin collection before we open the door to the final boss, if the way the previous levels work or anything to go by. Let's just let this guy fly around a bit. We'll go down in a little bit. I want to explore the right side first. And yeah, thank you for the submission, Electrodude. And Electrodude, you will probably be our closer today. Anyway, here's the gunship. Let's see how the interior of the gunship is looking. The interior of the gunship is going to work as a save station that gives you all kinds of items to fully kit yourself out as a bounty hunter. Fully kit yourself out as a bounty hunter with a fine sense of footwear. Okay, no, that's just more power-ups. Yeah, Supernova, you'll have to let us know how you are doing with getting better at Celeste. It's been a while since I played it. I stopped after getting all red strawberries and some of the B-sides, but I never actually finished C-sides or the new Chapter 9 that was added. I feel like I kind of have to relearn the game before I do any of that. That's... Actually, now that I have this Super Nintendo controller, I should take it back into Celeste with me. I know I didn't check the bottom drop earlier. Maybe I should check that. In fact, let's go back before we proceed. Alright. I guess the ship wasn't really a save station if we didn't have a checkpoint there, but okay. It's just going to be a gentle descent. That looked like it was going to be the bottom of the screen, so not going to take too many risks here when scrolling is the way it is. Looks like this gets unlocked by fire. Okay. Star, interesting. Alright. Well, that's not going to help me too much right now. Interestingly enough, it seems like this is all hard blocks on the right that might be breakable with some kind of scroll stop if we become Link or something. Oops. Yeah, we'll go up. Like we've seen the 3 coins so far, this will require ice. Oh, this might not be an issue. Okay, good. This might require fire, rather, to break the ice. Key door. That looks like it's probably going to be the final key door. Just keep that in mind. Looks like we have a mini-boss here. And I'm going to go back up to grab some power-ups, in fact, just to play a bit more defensively. We should do that up the left side, so... Okay. Let's be careful here. And like I said, after the first death or timeout here, queue will be closed. Okay, there we go. Could have gone a lot better, but let's not complain. Looks like this location was supposed to be bombarded somehow. But let me go back up and see. Yeah, now the Morton Fire would have attracted the semi-solid on the way up, though, so... Okay. Just stick around here for the time being. I don't think I can progress downstairs just yet, but let me just check that door one more time. And okay. Yeah, it looks like the key door is actually just going to get you across to next passage. Maybe there is a... Oh yeah, we have a key in this room. So I guess if the key door is matched down there, then if we keep the Fire Flower, we can proceed just fine. Very nice to have a helmet there too. Had any issues? Going to keep a shell, might as well. Even though I'll have to put it down here to deal with that. Okay. And that's nothing. Unless it spits out something important. Bone shell, okay. So we're going to have a little bit of power progression here. Having the bone shell, of course, is going to preclude me from picking up any additional items. But that's probably all I need in this room, and should have what we need to progress a little further. Although, probably... let me check this once more, because I know we didn't have fire. And yeah, it's going to be exit only from the other side, it seems, so... No need to open up the passage yet when we don't know what's going on. Also, having a Shelmet here means I don't need to worry too much about the icicles, but... nope, wrong way. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Oh, something is toggling the switch. It's when I bounce, I see. Yeah. I see what's going on. Yeah, I didn't realize that the, sort of little bump that you do when riding the bone shell would cause these issues. But that just means I'll have to go across like this. Whoops. Losing the bone shell is not a great idea, considering that that was our item progression. And that's okay, we'll just explore a little bit more anyway. I know I needed the bone shell for something. This guy is just going to continue respawning. This pipe here, interesting. I guess if we had the bone shell, I could afford to jump on top of that pipe, but instead I can stack some POWs, perhaps. Or just jump on top of the cannon as well. I'll try this. Because why else would that pipe be there except for decoration? I think it's for decoration. Should have maybe grabbed that bone shell, but that's okay. Yeah, I do need to kill something here, too. Oh, it's probably the big blooper. That's okay, we unlocked a bit of item progression, and welcome back, Daldir. I'm going to time out pretty soon if I don't find checkpoint flag. But hey, decent amount of progress in this attempt so far. And yeah, that drops in. Here are all the bloopers being mock Metroids. So we need to find some kind of key. Oh, probably from Roy on the right side. Losing the power of fire, though, means that I can't get down here just yet. I would need to go back up and obtain another flower. And 56 seconds left. Time for Toad. Yeah, Toad will be the next one here. And I electrocuted earlier on, bouncing the fireballs up that passage. 2 tiles above ground? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, if you would just create a small slot for that. Yeah, just didn't think about that at the time. Is Roy suspended in the air? I think he is. So, POW block isn't going to do much for me here, I don't think. We'll just expend it. Always take the POW with me to the next room, of course, if I really wanted, but let's go down here. Whoops. It's going to need a boot. Flying Stiletto. I am going to run out of time. 5 coins in. So, it's going to set me back some ways, but, you know, we're just doing the initial mapping of this level. Passed there, and it was designed for that. Okay. We'll see what you mean in just a moment. Like I said, I am closing the queue at this point, so let's just do that quickly. And we'll just clear out from there, so. One moment while I make sure the stream title and the bot and everything are displaying this accurately. And we'll back there in a moment. So yeah, thank you for all the submissions so far. I will try to get through the rest of the queue if I can. That will also give me license to spend a little bit more time on this level to see the parts that we have not seen. Just to explore a little bit more. See what things like the bone shell was usable for. And just get a general sense of the structure and item progression. And also, perhaps, checkpoint placement eventually. But yeah, so far we know how to unlock Bone Shell, we know how to unlock Flying Stiletto, which would replace the Bone Shell. Except for any passages that require the Bone Shell's invincible state. We'll just explore this bit by bit. Okay, there we are. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. Still a little bit of extra protection there, really. Yeah, this looks like a bone shell check to me. Because you would need to survive with Fire Flower. On the other hand, if I had this Shellmet, that would also go through, I believe. Because if I take damage, then I get a Fire Flower on the other side, and we are fine. However, if I do need to retain the bone shell on the other side, that would be the only way through. And yeah, this is the passage I saw before. So let's just bust everything open. And let's see what we can do with that bone shell lock that we saw. It's going to skip the segments we had done already because we just need to map those out later on. We know we'll get another Fire Flower here, so let's just stand and grab all this. Yeah, I guess with the refreshing power-ups there, the damage doesn't do too much. I should be able to get a jump on Morton here, but maybe I shouldn't be taking so many risks. We'll take the same path just to see a little bit more of that this time. Okay, we've seen all of that passage down there so far. And let's see how we're doing. Okay. And yeah. I mean, Taldir will hype that up when we see what the checkpoint situation is going to be. I know that from previous experience that there are some rooms that are built to resemble the save stations in the original Metroid games, just as this was kind of built to resemble one of the lifts that take you up and down into whichever zone. Also, notice the blue pipe to the left. We have not checked that location yet. And let me just blast some of this with fire if I can. Kind of interesting how much, in fact, these beetles on tracks do resemble the beetles that, or rather the enemies that you can jump onto, you know, ride your way up in Super Metroid. Whoops. Okay, I am out of power-ups here. I really do need to grab something, and that will not be the way to do it. Let me get back into a more favorable position, ride this guy. Whoops, let's not fall off. But yeah, I'll go back there and try to make another attempt in that location. So. Okay. Here we go. Maybe grab some of the power-ups while we are still able to. Fire flower there, shell there. And down we go. So yeah, Greggy Spike, I might not be able to complete it this session in one sitting, but I will try to scout out as much of the level as I can so we can at least see all the different coin placements. We've seen 5, possibly 6 already. So. Down we go. And yes, it was the blue pipe to the left that I wanted to check because we had not seen that previously. Nope. Keep trying to get a jump on this guy, and it never quite works the way I want. Interesting that you do have this stuff gated off by the on-off switches. I guess we'll see soon enough how that might be relevant. Let's not blast all of this just yet. Drop the icicles first. Probably a wise idea. Okay. Tuck myself in here. Ah, checkpoint, okay. Star, however, is only going to remain active for so long. Oh. Can't really even see the claw there. Okay, let's try to get back into the cloud if I can manage it. Yeah, problem with the cloud positioning there is that once I lose it, I really do lose it. Star is on that track there, which is kind of interesting because it seems like you need the star to get the star. Which is an interesting way to chain them in the same way as some of the Mario games where you occasionally hit a coin block and get a star out of that. If you are kind of retaining momentum. This looks like it's only there for shell dispensing. So we'll just grab the star here and try to fight the Magikoopa that way. Okay. Yeah, very slip-slidey ride. But let's come up here with the protection of the helmet still in place. I guess I could have dipped down there to grab another star, but you know what? Let's dip down there to grab the other star. Of course, you can only do that once, given that a star is on the track, but I am going to refresh the flower right away, so there's no disadvantage trying that if I want to kill it this way. Okay, that's going to retain the star a little longer. And yeah, so we've seen a few coins that I haven't seen previously. There's one additional one down there. And I think that one is going to require me to probably fire a shell, probably. I need to think about that for just a moment. Oh no, I need to go there with the cloud. Okay, I see. That's what the cloud is for. And of course, if we want to keep any coins past the existing checkpoint, we'll need to find the other checkpoint. So yeah, we can grab this guy. Whoops. We'll get another flower up top, so not going to worry too much here. But yeah, I do need to be rather strategic about checkpoint usage, I think. But we'll go back, and that should be everything we need to see in this zone here, I think. Okay. Got a stylish exit. That was everything on that side. We haven't seen the bottom layer here yet. I feel like I should maybe go up for another fire flower. If we want to risk that, but I do have a key for a key door that we haven't really even thought about. I will need a power-up to proceed here, so that's something I have to keep in mind. I am in a bit of danger now. Oops. Okay, up we go. And we'll just climb back up steadily. And not get whacked by too much stuff. That did not go well. Okay, that's okay. We're still, once again, scouting it out, so I'm not going to redo the other sections just yet until we've just mapped out the rest of the level. Once we've done so, well, we'll see. I may, once again, have to do this in multiple sittings. But doing the initial mapping out is a pretty important part of the process, so... Yeah, because there was the on-off switch down here, there was... Whoops, losing the flower once again. Should have busted my way over here, in fact, last time I had the flower. It's okay. Nope, not yet. Okay, so far so good. There we are. Let's get a revenge against that blooper. I do need to go back up, I think, in order to get any power-ups at all. Unless there's something I'm missing. But we'll... Yeah, we'll just go back to the ship. I think that's going to be the way. And then we'll just see the bottom of that right side zone. Simply because we haven't seen what happens there just yet. And let's go. There we go. Right. Okay, let's create a power-up location, also a checkpoint location. But I don't want to take the checkpoint just yet until I'm through a bit more with the level, I think, because we have not gained any coins. Although I guess the other checkpoint is still useful for me, because I will eventually want to go back to clean up the content that we had seen there previously. So maybe I should have taken that checkpoint, but in the meantime, the important thing is that we know where it is. Okay, not going to get the jump on him. I do need another strategy here. The stun lock is just going to nuke me, and yeah, we should have taken a checkpoint. Yeah, the purpose there was to grab the bone shell anyway, though, but if I have the buzzy shell, maybe I can just take damage and see about that area past the on-off switch and conveyor belt that we hadn't looked at yet. So, Taldir, let me see how long I've been on the level currently. I'm not likely to finish it all in one go, but I want to at least map out the locations of the various coins, and we'll do a full run probably the next time we run this. Let me just see when I began this one. Yeah, we've only been on for about 20 minutes, so I think I definitely have time to at least to see what is past this on-off switch. I believe I've seen most of the coins at this stage. Whoops. But yeah, as you can see, I do need to retain some kind of power-up to come through here. I was definitely thinking about this in terms of the Buzzy helmet. Luckily, we know that there is a power-up refresh if we keep the flower, which we did not. And here we go. But yeah, I should probably be able to get through the rest of the queue. But I do know that staying for my stream is sometimes challenging just because of a very weird time at which I run. Whoops. Yeah, that's not going to go well, but I do want to definitely see that room. And we just have to grab fire. Get suited up all over again. Hello, Aegis Cook. Enjoyed your world quite a bit the other day, as you may have seen. And I certainly hope that you're getting a good amount of plays off of that. And okay, let's see what we can do over here. So yeah, those of you who haven't seen it yet, Aegis Cook just uploaded a new super world that we showed off in its entirety on the usual maker feature stream that we do here. Ah yes, helmet is just going to keep you there, so we do need the bone shell in order to get through this guy. Let's unlock this. Let's not grab the helmet until we need it. So let's go down here. You know what? Grabbing the star is going to allow me to kill Morton a lot more efficiently. And yeah, thank you, Aegis Cook, for making the levels. I mean, we just play the content. It is makers who supply it. And yeah, that was a very enjoyable experience. In terms of length and scope, definitely a good fit for one slightly longer stream. I missed out on the star completely here. Not paying nearly enough attention. Okay, let's just let this guy come down. Gonna do his little fake out. And okay, that's gonna be a problem, but we know where the power-ups are located. Just got a little bit off screen there, so. So yeah, the plan will be, Greggy Spike, that I will see where the bone shell path on the right leads, and we'll get as far as we can on that attempt, but then I will probably adjourn there and we'll do a more complete run through now that we've mapped most of this out. Whoops. Yep, Samus definitely wearing the spaghetti suit today. If only that were unlockable. And we'll see what we can do here. And yeah, so Taldir, the uptime command, of course, as you probably know, is for the entirety of the stream. It's not for the current level. But I think you knew that already. I should take the mecha with me, in fact. Although I think the star will just straight up kill it, so... let me break all of this open first. So we can get there efficiently. And yeah, I'm glad that was a useful playtest. I did hear in advance from one of the people who had recommended it to me that you were planning to do a re-upload soon anyway, so I thought, well, if I'm going to run it, we may as well just expose everything we can. Going to once again miss out on the ability to use the star against this guy. I think the timing doesn't quite work out for that. Alright. Luckily we can just come up here. When it comes to boss fights with refreshing power-ups, I do like that you kind of have to earn your way back to the power-up, and that it takes a little bit of risk to get up there if you have taken some damage already. I think it tends to work well as a structure and concept. And let's get back up there, and as I was saying about taking some risks. And yeah, Aegis Cook, glad to have you by to say hello. I never did run the SMB3 world that you had made much earlier in the lifetime of the game. I had heard about it as a recommendation as well after playing the new world that you put up, so that's something to perhaps eventually look forward to. And do enjoy the bug fixing as much as bug fixing can be enjoyed. Okay. Alright, let's get this together. I probably should just take this checkpoint since we're learning this segment anyway. And this will not really be done with the intention of a full clear, at least not right now. And that's why we take the checkpoint. However, taking that checkpoint, yeah, it does give me the items I need, although only one chance at a Buzzy Shell. Then we'll just go through here and see what I can do. Why am I going down there? It's yeah, the 10 coin, obviously, you're supposed to ride the icicles down to get it if you want to snag it. I don't know why I'm just going for that instinctively when I know exactly what is or isn't there. But yeah, that's just a kind of mistake we make on the stream from time to time. Nope, this guy's gonna do his little fake out maneuver and just give him a little bit of space here. Oh, stun lock, of course, is going to be a massive problem, as it always is. And then, whoops. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to recover our position and hopefully just head back down and nuke him for good this time. It's okay. Interesting how the stump actually defends him from fire at most inconvenient times for me. This time, though, he's sort of misaligned enough that I should probably just get the stomp on him, but oh, seems not. Really seems like my first time at this fight was by far the most successful. But just hop in here. So yeah, once again, going to grab the bone shell, going to check the on-off switch, and that will be as far as we get, I think. But I think at this point, that would probably be one of the last remaining coins we need to deal with. Interestingly enough, I wonder if we can, of course, just take some keys out of order this level. But I'll have to think about breaking that some other time. Because I don't think I've seen how the final key is gated just yet. Okay, we'll just stand here. Let him do the fake out. Lose the flower. Lose the blooper. And cycle back up. Yeah, helmet definitely saving me there. There we go. Okay, now I need to get back upstairs. Probably grab the bone shell since we're climbing back up anyway. Grab the Buzzy Shell rather, and then we'll grab the bone shell, and then the bone shell will take me through the conveyor segment. So, yep, bone shell. Okay, there you are. And Yeah, let's not lose the bone shell quite so early until we get back up to top level. Nope. That's not how I intended to do it. Looks like the pipe was taking priority in that location. Let's just let Rocky Wrench do his thing. Pop back up. Okay, let's not get hit. Sometimes easier said than done. We got hit. Okay, bone shell it is. Back to the dispenser. It's okay, don't need to do too much work to get back there, at least. So. Up we go. You know what? I should just use the invincibility there when I have a saw blade coming in, if I want to dodge it and not get bumped. That would have been a much smarter thing to do. Toadette is best at puzzles here, if you say so. If we actually make it back to the bone shell gate, though, this will probably be the last attempt I put in for now. But as I said, I think we have the information we need to eventually do a full clear, assuming that I don't constantly lose bone shell. So yeah, luckily not too much of a fuss to get back here, but kind of too bad that this game does not allow more elegant item progression systems. But we will make do with what we have. Just survive all the way back up top. I should really take out some of this stuff just to have more space to work with. Nope. Every time. Okay, let's see if we can actually get this before timeout. Surprisingly challenging. Keep the shell with everything going on. But we'll head back up and we'll see what to do. And yeah, just gonna create some extra space here. Nuke that guy. The Rocky Wrench do its thing. Okay, was trying to duck out of that in time and I just missed. It is a very weird timing window because of the way they synchronize. Taldir, I don't use a bot that has the next here command. And the other thing is that, so there are two major bots. There's a Warp World bot and the viewerlevels.com bot. I've been using Warp World. I do like the feature set of the viewer levels bot, but I just haven't had time to try it out and set up new overlays and so on. But the reason I don't use the next year command either is because sometimes Twitch's indication of who is or isn't present in a chat can be quite a ways behind the reality. And so I just decide to, you know, account for that kind of stuff manually. And it's a little bit easier because then you don't have to deal with Twitch being fussy. I should really just jump that fuzzy to avoid dealing with it. But no, I do prefer to have people check in anyway. Because even if they are present and lurking in chat, sometimes if they're AFK, I will just bump them back one spot. So, we've steadily worked out a lot of the queue management strategies here to try to be as fair as possible. We should grab the Shelmet, in fact. I mean, grab the Shelmet. Grab the Shelmet. And the Fire Flower. I think I've been burning probably about 200 seconds on just trying to survive with Bone Shell. Wonder if this passage takes me up. No, it doesn't. And here we go. Yeah, but there's some interesting stuff that's been going on with the viewerlevels.com bots that might be worth trying. Like they have a weighted random system now that I think is kind of interesting. I know some people are using it. Where it's, you know, select random, but select random with a preference for people who have been around a stream longer. Because that's one of the reasons I don't run random here, is that, you know, you run into issues with people who have been here all day getting shortchanged. And I found that when I was submitting to viewer levels myself, that I didn't enjoy random queues very much. Do I still need to bone shell? Okay, this looks like it's probably the final door. Although, yeah, as long as I get through here, I have an opportunity to grab more fire. I just missed that, though. Bone shell is still available, though, which is kind of interesting, because I would assume that it's, yeah, bone shell, of course, gets you past this gate again. I guess the idea is to hit that. The hitbox actually goes through, like with a bump with the Buzzy helmet or something. Nope. No up throws in this style, of course. Okay, if I die on this attempt, we'll call it, because I think we've seen what kind of gate lies there. Whoops, I didn't expect to die that soon, but... Anyway, Greggy Spike, we will finish this another time for sure. Grab that clear, so. Seem to have mapped out most of it at this point. So it's just a matter of finding a nice efficient sequence to see it all and figure out where the final key door is located. I am thinking ahead to whether the keys can be used out of order in certain places, but I think this is probably well protected against something like that, so. Mark that as a loss for the time being, and we'll get back to it another day. So thank you to the patience of everybody waiting in queue. We're going to pull up Death Despise. Death Despise, I believe, is still in the chat, but if you would like to say hello to check in, that would be great. Otherwise, we'll just bump you back one spot. Yeah, thank you for the Kirby wave. We'll punch in the code and see how things are going. High-spec Robo-Go flying battery. Time to turn the volume up because it looks like this will be another music speedrun. Featuring Sanic. Okay. And here we are. Yeah, I really enjoyed the way that flying battery was actually represented in Sonic Mania. That was definitely one of the high points of that game. I was never really much of a big Sonic player myself, but I thought Mania was very impressive. Or Sanic Monia, I guess. If you want to do a bit of the appropriate scrambling. Okay. Here we go. And you win, apparently, unless it says you're welcome. Well, thank you for that level, Death Despise, and the level says you're welcome. We are 7 seconds off the whole thing. Oh, because of that one death earlier. And thank you for the GG, man. And yeah, they're definitely going to run everywhere. In a level like this, you know, just partly with the auto-scroll being what it is. I know that very early on in the life of this game, and also in Maker 1, you occasionally see people circulate the advice to tune levels around the expectation that not all players will really know how to use the dash button, particularly for easier traditional layouts. And while that's true, there are definitely some circumstances where you don't want to do that, where building on the assumption that people won't dash is going to mess with people who do dash everywhere. And depending on the target audience for your level, you kind of have to adjust your spacing accordingly. And you need running speed to get a tempo of 160 BPM. Yeah, kind of interesting that we have that specifically mapped out. But Supernova is, of course, present for once. LPD is 6NY C9G. So that kind of brings something interesting to mind, in fact, Dev to Spies when it comes to scrolling speed, which is, I don't know if you've played Supernova's latest level with the Hadron Collider, where everything is moving at thwomp speed, but you would think that that would actually make an interesting kind of music track setup as well, in terms of having everything going blazing fast, where you have thwomp hyperspeed just taking you through the whole layout. Anyway, just something to consider. I know Supernova doesn't actually build music, so somebody else will just have to steal that setup. So Supernova, this is a suggested maker code. Do you have a specific level that you are suggesting, or Superworld? Okay. Let's take a look. Lots of likes on this one. As you can see, I've not played D-Money's levels, although I think I've heard of him. And yeah, Terminator, you probably want to check all the QCs in that code, all the Queen's Councils. 999 at the start of this world, very popular start. Okay, same Superworld rules as usual. We'll just be starting and then taking this sort of within the first 15 minutes or so. Okay, spin up here. And there we go, checkpoints. Apparently a well-placed checkpoint. And a well-placed one-up, too. Okay. Notice how there's a Z marker for that one, but not to jump on the Goomba earlier on. And yeah, there we go. Okay, got past the most challenging element in the game. Yeah, I should be wrapping around the right side due to my forward momentum. I don't know why I thought I could cut to the left. Now, the interesting thing about playing these in a super world, of course, is that it totally obscures the clear rates. So, kind of nice to... Whoops. Goodbye, cruel world. Kind of nice to have that masked some of the time, so we don't have that condition our expectations too much. Sometimes that's useful information, though. I think sometimes knowing clear rates can definitely affect how you play and what you think is going to be a valid strategy, or... Okay. Nope, we do need a throw. We just need a throw against a pipe so it has a straight drop. Zed is there to tell you to go fast because the Goombas could wake up? Probably. I know they're just retroactively Galoombas, as of 3D World, in fact. I think that's when the terminology was introduced. Because, of course, when Super Mario World came out, to everyone's confusion, These were designated as Goombas, even though they bore almost no resemblance to Goombas in their original form in SMB 1 and 3. And in retrospect, I actually kind of appreciate Super Mario World taking those kinds of risks. This is a super world. We should, in fact, grab some 1-ups. Check the pipes. Okay. And we'll grab this 1-up as well. Why not? Yeah. And then now we have all kinds of designations of Goombuds and Goomrats and anything else. They are retroactive Galoombas, I guess. Having had that reapplied. None of the pipes past the goal go anywhere, and you've checked, okay. I mean, I'll probably just check some of that out of habit anyway. Here's the Cave of Lepers. I mean, it was a little late for Easter, but okay. I'll take it. The Cave of Lepers. It's appealing. Going to hit this. Going to get down here. Feels like maybe I'm a little behind pace, but... yeah, probably needed a high bounce off of that guy. Not going to try sneaking under. There we are. And yeah, we'll just time this somewhat accurately, or not. Okay, where'd we go? And we'll play this safely despite all the spike blocks. Deciding to strain our spacing in all the most inconvenient ways. Womp is going to remind me that I should be aiming for the coin instead of just trying to aim for the Koopa and missing. Now let's pop this switch. And where'd we go? Nope. Thought I could just get that on the first cycle, and I did in fact need to wait a little bit because it's not necessarily going to be aligned with my personal timing of bopping the Koopas first instead of trying to sneak under them, so I should not have assumed that I had any kind of optimal timing there when Cannon is already on screen by this point. No, once again, should go for the coin. It's fairly clearly marked, I just, as you know, don't really follow markers well. Yeah, no one-way panels under these spikes, you just need to be extra careful. Okay, here we are. And what's up here? Checkpoints. Okay. And we'll just around here carefully. Yeah, I felt like I was a little bit late on that interaction anyway, so that was a little bit improvisational in terms of timing. And need to catch that high bounce, of course. I can see that this is one of those levels where the diagonal tracks are just doing something aesthetic here as a support beam. Okay. Nope, once again, late. I did know I need shorter jumps over the pokies, but that attempt, that was not quite happening. Whoops. Here we are. Up we go. Falling in. And Yeah, that time the arrow was actually accurate if I just fall in directly. Definitely timing that I'm having the most trouble with so far, though. There we are. Nope. Okay, I was supposed to probably get on the icicle, but that's okay. Did it that way. And here we go, that's the ending. Let me check how we're doing for time. We might have time for one more. So yeah, we're only about 10 minutes into the submission, so let's do another. Okay. Very ominous looking poison mushroom. That's going to hit the sweet spot. Okay. Yeah, so far it is going to be a follow the markers level, I think. Everything is just going to be a full jump here. I've just been holding the spin continuously, and it was okay up to that point. Yeah, full jumps everywhere seem to be working out fine. Okay. Yeah, I am supposed to bop that, I think. My way up to catch the Koopa before it comes all the way down, and then that shell is going to do something for me. Presumably. Yeah, it's very much just a straight up hold Z level. By the looks of it. And here we go. No, I don't think he needs that Z in the beginning either. I think that tends to be over-indicated when... You know, this is nothing blind, right? The only thing is the Koopa shell up top, which is already disabled. There's no wake up on that or anything. Yeah, markers I find are very good for when things would otherwise look like guesswork. For a level that's tuned for people who already know how to bounce around a bit, I don't think you need to tutorialize quite that much. But it's okay, you never know how many people will just crash against that. It is more like a Super world, that's right. No, I mean, the previous ones weren't really that spinny, partly because they weren't all in Super Mario World style. Okay. Nope. Needed to adjust there and do a jump off the end. A little bit of a surprise. See if you're paying attention. Pretty straightforward up to that point. As long as I actually catch that on the marker and not on the dip. Nope, that was kind of misjudged. And we'll just continue pushing our way in. Okay. So far, so good. Hit that somewhat accurately. Then let's watch out for the spring here. It's going to be section 1. Checkpoint. Now, let's see what's going to happen here. I need to go over, and then I need to hit the shell on the other side. Okay. Wasn't quite reading that accurately at all. Yeah, I do like the use of the night theme physics here to set up certain floaty elements. like the Goombas or retroactive Galoombas in space. Now up we go. And here we are. Wasn't this the one with the poison mushroom icon on the map? I guess that would make sense given the theme. Nope, that's going to be a spring jump. I just need to watch that accurately, and then it's going to be jump off the shell into the red pipe section immediately after that. Okay, that's that. That's that. Not quite there yet, but we know what kind of adjustment I have to make, as long as we get to that switch back to standard jumps without being caught off guard quite as much as I did on a previous attempt. That looks so good up to that point. Let's continue. Yep, just a few things to clean up here, but still had a bank of 31 lives, so... not doing too badly, all things considered. Everything here is tuned to feel pretty much easy as long as you just control your landing trajectory and get down to the right spot. Down along the right column. Yeah. Once you account for that, level from there mostly plays itself. Apart from that one little switch at the end. Okay, luckily we do in fact get a second chance at that. No we don't, because of the shell behavior being what it is. Right, because we had bopped the lower shell already on the first jump, and so there was no second chance there, as I had supposed. Up we go. Seemed to catch that a little bit late that time. I did plan that jump accurately, I just didn't land very well on the spring itself. Once again, trusting the track marker might have been a better thing to do there. Go. Yeah, I mean, while a lot of these levels are of this style are generally quite a lot of fun to play, it really does bring into sharp focus just how little of classic platformer design was about reading markers. That it is kind of a totally different skill set that's mostly introduced through Maker and through the Kaizo community. That there aren't a lot of actually professionally developed platformers that are about reading indications. That's what I'm getting at. Anyway, that's going to be it for this submission for now. Thank you for introducing me to this Super Worlds so far, Supernova, and we will get on to the next submission. So thank you for the GGs. And we'll bail for now, and we can certainly continue another time. Aldir has sent me RLN. Thank you for checking in. ATC 1X. Okay, elusive nut, troll level. Okay. Like I said, with troll submissions, I don't necessarily do them all in one sitting. I will try to make some kind of meaningful amount of progress. And if it's particularly good, we can definitely finish it over multiple sessions. So this one seems to be very well liked for a level that came out in March. Version 24, but it appears to have stayed up in the meantime, and so this was roughly finalized after plenty of quality checking. This level may contain nuts. Well, let's go nuts. I feel like I have played something by Puzzle Josh before, but I'm not quite sure what that would be, so. We'll reach the goal as a flying squirrel at Mario. Oh, okay, interesting. That's going to scroll you past the initial arrow. I don't know if that's going to do anything useful here. Acorn there is going to do what? It's going to trap you. Okay. Looks like the idea was that we needed to grab... Well, not this, because we need an acorn in order to go up top, don't we? Unless I take that, take damage, come through here... let me think about this, because I wasn't really watching this. Was caught a little bit off guard by that initial push. Okay, nothing seems to be heading up right away, but anyway. Okay, so that's what that does. It's meant to trick you into doing the ground pound, because that actually displaces the piranha. The way that is not ideal, so... luckily we know that with the piranha kind of being off-center due to the placement over the bullet blaster, I am allowed to go over here and read what this is all about. That's going to be death. That death is going to be widely cheered. Wildly cheered, I should say. But, okay. That's going to break open. Feels like that squirrel nut is going to be some kind of deception. I did not mean to run into that, obviously, but... Yeah, it feels like we do have some kind of deception going on here. You kind of wonder what was on the right side block, if that was anything critical. Do not want to grab the squirrel yet. I want to see if there's anything activated in range over here. Doesn't seem so. Okay. And let's see, because you can spin off... No, you can't. But there is some kind of camera control that's blocking off whatever platform the Thwomp is standing on, which tells me the Thwomp is standing on a platform, and which, if it's not out of range, should actually be safe for me to traverse. So, let's hit this. No, actually, the Thwomp is going to go there. And we come through here. YOLO. No squirrel yet. No question block, it's saying. Okay. Mushrooms up there. Well, I mean, it's going to be pick a path. We might as well just pick a path. And the conveyor belt here is going to turn this into an anti-soft lock, basically. But I can take damage. Oh, maybe. Okay. And then we just time this until it kills me. The problem I have with anti-soft locks is that very often it's more efficient to just restart. But it seems like we've mapped our way through this pretty well so far. I don't actually need that bomb. At least I don't think so. Maybe the scroll break is useful for something eventually, but... Yeah, Desert Wind is kind of meant to push you out right away. I think maybe if we had a power-up to work with, we would be able to take damage from Thwomp there and stay in that location. I don't think that would do anything to me, though. Need to take advantage of Desert Wind being what it is. And not get onto the fairly disguised conveyor belt. So we come up here and the level says hi. Okay, on-off switch. Interesting. Avoid the squirrels for now. I feel like they are massive diversions in some form. Okay, mushroom state is indeed what we need. Munchers are going to drop in. We're told not to hit the question block, but what could possibly happen? Oh. I'm trying to spin onto that guy. I wonder why that didn't register. I'm gonna check the right side block too. Okay, that's fine. That's just a respawn protection. Yeah, no need to grab that squirrel down there. It would just create a bit of a trap, I think, so. Okay, so we skip all of this. We go down here. That pushes me up. We send all the munchers down. We tap this just to check. Okay. I see. I wonder if... nope. No room to really stop that from up top. Okay, just checking. That was just meant to be a trap. Let's watch this in case this cutscene reveals anything. I believe it is just going to be a lock, though, so... I mean, sometimes that stuff is worth checking, so... We need to keep that in mind. Yeah, so far, though, I mean, it's pretty clear to see what's going on. You've got the clear condition telling you to finish with the acorn, and we instead just defy instructions and skip every acorn because that's how we play. And let's see what this is all about. Okay, Fire Yoshi. Fire also melting everything, and the burner kind of coming as a bit of a surprise, so... Didn't really have time to read much more of that screen because I was paying attention almost entirely to Fire Yoshi on the left side, so... There's quite a lot there that we haven't seen. And we'll just have to work our way back up. Okay, going to take a hit on the icicle here, and drop all of that for no particular reason. Yeah, it is just swamp-based. This is going to be safe, in fact. Yoshi is just going to disappear. It doesn't seem like there is going to be a way to get back in, obviously, because there's a semi-solid, as expected. Dropping the thwomp is interesting. Stomping the Wiggler might be interesting. That seems like a massive trap, though. Yeah, sometimes you just need to run back there a few times until you've experimented. I mean, I guess mostly the thing that you wind up doing with troll levels is just try to guess your way to the correct path with a bit of intuition and try to skip as many of the traps as you can. I guess that's one playstyle. I haven't really checked this guy's eyes. I don't think they are anything, they're just going to be eyes. Okay, down here. Sort of wonder, given the camera control here, if there's going to be anything particularly diversionary. Interesting. This gets me down. Donut block, though, is kind of curious. And okay, we're going to skip whatever trap that was. Yeah, it seemed like just a disguised bounce. Oh, on-off switch over there. Hint. The hint is to tap the on-off switch. And then what? Looks like we have this. Standing on an okay location, I guess. And then... Ah, I see. Okay, no, this is just the initial location where we get up in the start point. I don't know what's going on with the tracks that are to the left of that, but... Then that's going to be just a trap, so that's okay. We'll start over. Just tap that on-off. Because we now know where it is. Interestingly enough, with this now uncovered, I believe that if we spawn back into this location, that probably reveals something. I never really did check the left side here. Yeah, that's also going to be a bomb. You know what? Let's let the bomb do its thing and blow up the Chomp in case something changed. Also looks like if you toggle the on-off switch, then it seems like some kind of platform drops out. World record is 45 seconds. Yeah, so it's something relatively accessible from the start. So, yeah, because it does seem like something has dropped out. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. Let's see what has changed. Ah, no, it goes left. Yep. It goes left. So we actually hugged the left side. So, fairly understandable progression through this so far. Nothing really out of the ordinary. We'll just go left and hug the left wall. And that's going to be a secret. Or so we think. Hi, Jerry. Okay. Well, I mean, if that's the kind of thing that Jerry is really into, well, we won't judge. In the meantime, we'll just come down here and see what else has changed about this interaction. That's going to be a normal conveyor belt still down there, so that's not something that will change as a trap. And... that's an interesting illusion, actually. I see what's going on. I see what's going on. That's... when you come up here with the on-off switch toggled, it sends you into a different pipe entirely, and sends you into a location that's meant to look like the first room that you see. But you see, when you kind of hold left going into the off-screen segment here, there's something going on where I think it's actually dropping you differently, where this zone is meant to resemble the previous one, but is not, in fact, identical. So it is, in fact, correct to take this, and this will give me a bomb that will allow me to traverse this area here. And, Eeyore, okay. I wonder if I should wait this out. I feel like I should wait this out. I feel like first choice there is going to be wait it out and then go through the blue pipe. Okay. Now, let's go back down. Let's go into what I believe they call it twice. Let's at this guy here. And hug the desert wind for a bit. Obviously, if you have the P-switch activation, probably just going to trap me. And we'll try to go through the pipe. If it's not the pipe, then we'll try to P-door on the next attempt. And we'll try to P-door on the next attempt. Yeah, that's correct. So let's just take the death here. Okay. There we go, after a couple of attempts at hitting the switch. I kind of wonder if we take the squirrel into this room, if we're able to take a squirrel into this room, whether there is in fact something up top, but judging from the construction of what we had seen in this deceptive mushroom segment, I think there's probably nothing there. So yeah, Blaster's going to reel the P-door. P-switch is going to come here, and it's going to say no. And it's going to tell me something about a key door involving the mole. I don't recognize that. Maybe the no just refers to the right side here. That looks like this is going to be some kind of anti-soft block, which doesn't make a great deal of sense when... I mean, it gives me the little bit of laughing semi-solid art, which is reasonably entertaining. But given that checkpointing is not an issue at all in this level, at least not so far, there isn't a particular reason to play anti-soft blocks more than once. I mean, generally, there's no reason to play anti-soft blocks more than once. I think it's usually just better to restart. Okay, we'll hang left and fight the Desert Wind for a bit. I feel like I can actually hit this guy from below. The implication seems to be to lead you to bob him from the top. Okay, no, never mind. But I kind of feel like if we are able to take damage at that point, for instance, we should be going up from below. And we hit some kind of invisible block, for instance, and then, on the other hand, if that's the case, so we should be able to drop down to him just fine without any issues. But we'll just need to... Oh no! Wrong switch state. There we go. Let's remember to tap this accurately. Okay. Yeah, we'll just repeat this early segment here. Past the YOLO room. And... whoops, nope, got blocked off. But yeah, I mean, fairly compact experience so far, although of course I haven't seen whether there is any checkpoint trickery that lies ahead, given that we have not seen any checkpoints at all. Nope. Might be a manageable experience in a short span after all. Didn't expect it to be this well liked. It must have been something that hit one of the big troll streams, perhaps. One of the big YouTubers. Unless this is a well-known troll maker, maybe that's the case. I feel like I've seen his name around somewhere. What is it? It's Puzzle Josh. Yeah, because it's not always that you'll see this kind of stuff organically become very popular. Now, what do we want to do here? With the P-switch still active, I don't know if that matters. We can try dropping in, but I feel like that is deceptive. And so we want to do... yeah, that kind of tap right away. Oh, look at that. Right. I see. Okay, so we do need to get into the key door quickly, I think. And this guy here... yeah, no ground pound because ground pound will never have enough time to activate. Oh, level has a clear condition. Yeah, good point, Electro Dude. I completely forgot about that because it's been so long since that was relevant. I mean, I guess the clear condition is a nice way of telling the player, don't expect checkpoint trickery. Did we actually hit the on-off switch? I guess we'll find out. No, I don't think we did. Hang on. Let's do this again. Okay. But yeah, we know how the key interaction is going to work now. So, just get through that key door. Yeah, the conveyor belt here is much more gentle than the previous one. Plug left. Drop in here. Tap the spike ball. Let it reveal the key. I wonder if dropping that platform under the spike ball was part of the answer, though. Not. Okay. So yeah, this was the thing that was spawn blocked. We know that this is going to reveal chops. Or was going to, but we have a different on-off state now, and so... okay, that's just going to block off the pipe. Interesting what's going on with this pipe trickery then, because this feels like it's actually going to be a deceptive, repeated room. We know that there are two different entrances in the main room, and so when we see that you have something that's not a chomp there, see the cannonball block here, it seems like we just needed to follow this circuit down and trust that things were going to go well. But yeah, you can see why you have that scroll at the beginning now. It is specifically to hide the arrow. And hide the arrow in such a way that you would not necessarily think to check unless you're looking at that tiny little red spot to the left of the blaster. Whether this apparent spawn block of a blaster is actually relevant. So, let's move on up. And we'll see about this. Did I actually tap the switch? Oh yes, I did. You know, because that's when the bonsai build to the left does its little explosive song and dance. Okay. I attempted to check the blue platform over there. No, that's just over a conveyor, so that's nothing. It's going to be nuts. We go down through the pipe. And let's see what this is all about. We do another yellow room. Oh, yeah, no, we go left at that point. Oh, whoops. Okay, I mean, you know, very much trial and error, but at this point I think we've mapped out all of the relevant interactions up to that location, so... Okay, here we go. Going to drop on top of this guy, spike ball, and then to key, and then we go left after the wrap around the segment that's meant to look like the entrance. If you watch the left side, you'll see the blaster is over an arrow that is actually just one of the standard arrows and not the opening gate. So there was that little attention to detail there to make that extra deceptive. Okay. Looks like you're meant to try to stop this, and that it does something else instead. Yeah, you're meant to think that the squirrel suit is going to take you up there, and that this block gives it to you. Interesting. Notice that the piranha... Oh, okay, no, I was wondering if it was projectile block, but it's actually just a ground block over this thing. So it's totally safe. So now, why would we want to do that? That's the question. I think maybe after we stop this, there's some kind of interaction where that becomes safe. Oh, I see. No, because we compensate for wind by stopping at this location. Yep, I see. Then we grab the squirrel and we get out of here. Okay, fairly straightforward. Anyway, we triggered the cheers, even though I did not get killed in that location. So yeah, everything up to actually finally obtaining the squirrel suit appears to be mapped. Just punch through here. Okay. And we'll get past a nut room. Over to the left, and yeah, it's going to be this location here. Grab this. And then we'll see what's going on. Boss. I don't trust this at all. Okay. I also don't trust this key. Yeah, it's okay. Let's map this. Now, why would we possibly... let me think about this. That's going to be matched to something on the right side here. 2 keys. Yeah, I guess we have to be small there. Nope, just joking. Okay. No, because there's no way to tap that anyway, so. And that's going to be a pipe that is a little bit deceptive. And then looks like maybe we do need 2 keys. Against. Yeah, I guess we would want to take damage and then pop under it. Or just pop under it like that, and... Well, I mean, in the original form of that interaction. So... Okay. There we go. And yeah. Been on this one for about half an hour so far, but we're quite near to finish, so. As a bit of a micro troll that seems decently paced, actually. Let's get on top of this guy. And we'll see about that key when we get back there. But yeah, it just takes a little bit of traversal to... nope, I lost track of which room I was in. Okay, there we go. And yep, it's going to be the first time through this, and then back we go. Okay. Then we'll get back in here. It's going to be on the left side. And we go to this location here, grab the squirrel. See if we understand what to do now. Oops. Alright. Here we go to debt. Let's take her through here. Interesting. Yeah, we need 1 key off that guy, and then this clue was telling me something else. Perhaps. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's the stun animation. I was thinking it might be something like that. Very interesting use of the stun lock. I didn't know that the stun lock would actually do that for you in terms of cooking. So that's one new thing we've learned in this level, and of course I lose the acorn. But we know that there should be acorns near the end. At least in theory. Yeah, nice twist there with the stun lock. I definitely didn't know about that. Would be interesting to come up with some kind of non-troll usage of that interaction. And yeah, okay, this was reasonably constructed. Fairly linear in terms of the pick-a-path solving, but it masked some of its duplicated rooms and interactions well, so mark that as a win. Let's move on. Thank you once again for that level suggestion. Terminator, if you are still here. Just give you a moment to check in, and then we'll see if this will be the code. I do see that you are technically still online here. And you are here. Okay, great. For QC, 0 KY 7 UG. Okay, very fresh upload. First half you're nice, second half you throw me to the wolves. I mean, they look more like mushrooms to me, but okay. So let's see about the poison mushroom panic. Yeah, it needs to be fairly quick, that's all. And looks like the bumper is implying that I should take the bumper to do the turnaround nice and briskly. Okay. Nope. Turned around a little bit quickly there. Yeah, I guess we'll just run them. Not a lot of flexibility for me in terms of horizontal positioning, so... Yeah, I will need the bumper momentum in order to get that dashing speed for the additional vertical tile. And so, there we go. Reasonably satisfying interaction there, in fact. Now, the first half is supposed to be the easy half, you tell me. We'll see how much of that is true. So we dodge our way around some of this, and... Oh, looks like I'm going to be caught. Yeah, too much time spent in the segment immediately preceding that. Whoops. I guess the fire is mostly there to prevent you from picking up the spring. Okay, here we go. Nope. Well, I'm sure the second half is going to be an absolute terror. Yeah, I don't know if this is a first-time upload or a re-upload, but in any case, thank you for offering me first clear. Okay. Alright, we do this fairly quickly, then... Nope. I think I am able to sneak under that without going into the bottom corner, though. So we'll just find an efficient way to do that that is still going to be safe. Gonna skip the occasional coin. Nope, I need to let it bounce up first and then I go under it. And I think I should have enough space to do so. At least in theory. Okay, around we go. Here we go. A little quicker and more efficient there, except that's going to be potential problem. Need to drag these guys to the left. We can drag them back to the left, though. Right? I know, because the blaster is going to create a bit of a time limit here. Luckily, timing is actually as relaxed as advertised. Before we get into what is apparently going to be a very punishing second section. Oh, actually, that's going to be the gate right there. Okay, it's not too bad then. Yeah, nice little short and sweet concept. Yeah, I should have noticed that blaster gate right at the beginning as a bit of a constraint on the whole thing, given that it is going to be loaded onto that track that strings right across the entire level. Whoops. Yep, and it is timed according to the on-off activation, so... Not that the blaster gate is going to be an issue if we play everything else accurately. Okay, through there. Okay. Nope. Need to do that a little bit more carefully. I will need to think about that, because I think the idea is that I do need to bump the bumper and look on the left side of that wall, or right side of that wall, rather, on my way up. Face left. We'll get back to that segment and see if I can develop a slightly more reliable method. And until then, I'll just retry. Whoops. Nope, got a bit stuck there. A little buzzing sound there, emphasizing that you really don't want to be consuming these mushrooms for breakfast. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Drag those. Then, yeah, I have to remember that the blaster does exist, and that we can't spend too long dawdling around here. Okay. Kind of satisfying to get some of those jumps, in fact. And there we go, that's a win. Nice finish. Thank you for offering me first clear. Hopefully that gave you plenty to work with in terms of playtesting. And yeah, even though I am confined, I definitely had enough time that the blaster was not going to put so much pressure on me. I was allowed to adjust the positioning of the poison mushrooms a little bit if I was in a particularly bad position in terms of landing, so I think that flexibility probably is necessary for a concept like this to work, just given how player-dependent the position of the mushrooms is going to be. Okay, let's punch in next here and take a look at Falkstad, if you are still here. I know we've put Falkstad through a very, very long wait, but I think they might have ditched. So we'll just give you a chance to check in. If not, we will get on to Electrodude. Then, sure, Electrodude will witness a nice long grinding session on as we haven't beaten. Unless there is anything new, so. Okay. Move Falkstad. You run a very long queue around here sometimes, just given many of the levels running the half-hour mark or beyond. It's likely to be true of this next thing as well. So we'll probably go back to the spike ball level, unless there's anything new, and it's going to see... I've also never tried the hardest one of the set, actually. I just noticed that this super sparky one, I feel like we should maybe learn to beat the other two first. But yeah, this one's been a long-term project since last year. And as with last time, I think I will begin by practicing the second half, because we got all the way to the last jump. And you can definitely recommend trying Super Sparky last. Yeah, I will take that recommendation. Nope. I get warmed up here with my L timing. But I remember having a lot of issues with that jump in particular, and I'm sure that will come back to get me when we get back to this segment properly. Yeah, I'll just see if we can make a reasonable amount of progress. Okay, I'm doing the standard way. That's fine. Making a surprisingly successful amount of progress, but let's get back to practicing part 2. If I actually remember to do it. Nice to be able to make that many jumps unprepared, though, for the first half. I was not expecting it to go that successfully, given that I was entering the first half basically on autopilot. Throwing a little bit far, I think. I need a better position all around when it comes to that particular shell. Oops. And yeah, if I can get sufficient height off the last bounce past practice door, that is it for this segment, because that was the only thing I was missing, I believe. Okay, shell jump up there, and then onto the spiny shell onto the right. But yeah, just need to relearn this, bit by bit. Okay, shell jump. High bounce, and then, yeah, the high bounce caught me slightly off guard, as it did in a much easier level earlier in the stream. But we got reasonably far. After that is just the beetle shell, and then the final jump is not too far. So, this is feeling a lot more manageable than it used to, I will say. Nope, miss. Part of it is just learning how to lead into a shell jump properly to actually get the deflection to work the way I intend. There we go. Top of this guy. That's the final jump here, and I keep missing that, so... I feel like I'm letting up on that jump a little too early. It seems like it's placed at such a distance that there is a bit of a longer fall onto that shell jump than there usually is. So I do need to account for that. And if we can get that jump straightened out, then we will try the whole thing from start. But so far, not as bad as it has gone before. Yeah, and that's just the last jump right there, if I can eventually land it. I feel like the marker is almost a little too far from the wall, but... I guess we'll see what my jump arc going into that final jump is going to give me in terms of distance. So we can accurately place that shell where it belongs. Okay. So yeah, this has been definitely one of the harder levels that I've made a serious series of attempts on. I don't think I've stuck with a shell level to this extent. But there does have to be a kind of ice-breaking level for all of this, in a very literal sense when you think about how the setups work in this one. It's very much an icebreaker. But when it comes to getting comfortable with some of the shell setups, some kind of level is going to be everybody's first of a non-trivial difficulty. Nope, keep missing that. So yeah, we'll want to be very consistent about that whole segment, because it will be quite a disaster to just get into the second half successfully, only to fail at jumps that I have technically already learned. But I've never done the last jump successfully, and so it's rather important that I do see that. Nope, missed them all. It's okay. Going to take a lot of practice in the long term. I think at this point I probably have spent more time on this level than I have on some entire video games, but like I said, I think everybody's first serious shell level is going to do that to them if they really do want to graduate to the point of being able to clear any of these ever. Okay. But we'll just have to push our way through. Nope. And Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's always that first jump in this segment that is the one I'm most worried about. Other than this last one that we've never seen, of course. I don't know if I trust that shell throw at the end in terms of the distance as well as the target. It seems like it is slightly longer. It is a bit of a long shell jump compared to some of the previous setups. And I just don't know if I trust it given the placement of the on-off blocks top. I don't see why that shell would be going that low. I don't quite understand why that setup is the way it is just yet. Because, yeah, it seems like I really should be doing that closer. But maybe there's something about the shell arc going into the descent that I don't understand, simply because at that point you're already going to be on the descending arc of the jump. You head towards the wall, so quite possibly I just don't really know how it's supposed to look yet, but I do find the distance as well as that little bit of a drop of an extra tile towards the question blocks on the right side wall to be a little bit suspicious, or at least something I haven't understood. But yeah, we'll just do that until we manage to get that done. And that's going to be significant progress in this level. If I manage to nail that jump in a reasonable amount of time, we may go back to practice the first half. Although, of course, getting this final jump once is a different matter from getting it consistently. I'm letting up and jump too much after that long shell throw. You need to trust my positioning on it a little bit better. Hold jump into it, as is typically the recommended method for any shell jumps whatsoever. Go. Yeah, okay, that's going to be successful when we do it, so we finally saw that. Finally saw how it's going to work, and the getting in close was fine. So suddenly, this entire level seems like a much more tractable problem, assuming we can get through the first half, which I think I've been able to do. Though we've gotten pretty far in that before. Obviously, we still have consistency issues that we'll need to sort out with the final jump when we get there, but for the purposes of the stream, we may as well see if we've seen all the content in this level first. Okay, that's going to be the difficult long shell jump where you have to drop in on it, pick it up again, and shell jump with it a second time to get on top of the falling platform. If I recall how that works. And so that will take some practice. I do remember that being probably the most challenging thing in the first half. Just because of the difficulty of predicting that very long arc down to the red shell. To drop in from above. Oops. So yeah, that'll take a bit of work for sure. But we'll get it done. And in the meantime, yeah, missing that. Because I bopped a shell, it drops on top of the mole, I pick it up again above the mole, and then I shell jump with it once again, and the falling platform catches me at the end of that sequence. Took me a lot of attempts to visualize just what was supposed to happen there, but I think I do understand it. It's just being able to see the interaction all the way through. That is the current roadblock for that challenge. So we'll get back there, see if we can do that any more successfully once, of course, we straighten out the early jumps that didn't give me so many problems earlier. There we go. And forward. Coming in a little bit low there. That one spiny shell throw does have to hit accurately in order to trigger the next spike ball. so we'll need to get back there to do that. Okay, here we are. And we'll just grind this out bit by bit. I mean, I did at least sort out the final jump in the second half practice segment much faster than I expected to, in fact. It seemed to be giving me a lot more trouble previously. Let's just make sure I can see how to get back there. Nope. Okay. Up we go. And yeah, coming in a bit low there every time, it may just be that I'm letting up on a jump quickly. But we'll just make all the appropriate adjustments. And drop in here. Need to fall on top of that, on that middle track there, in order to pop the shell down accurately, but I think I was going a little bit low there anyway. Still don't have a good, comfortable timing on that sorted out just yet, in terms of a method that's going to work consistently. There we go. Shell jump. Okay. And then shell jump on the red shell, and then that's the last trick to get through to section 2. I think that's how it's going to work. Grab the shell on the right side, and then bounce into Koopa again, and then shell jump. With the arrow kind of telling me to shell jump off the left wall, which is going to mess with my muscle memory quite a bit, because I haven't done a left-facing shell jump at all in this entire level. That's a huge burst of progress right there. Nope, miss. And yeah, definitely a significant bit of progress. Okay, there we go. Okay, definitely late on that release, I think. I was descending below the shell, and so when I think about our comparative falling speed, that just means release wasn't quite what it should have been. Nope, missing once again. So yeah, it seems like most of these runs are going to depend very heavily on whether that first shell cooperates with me. That red shell, rather. As we take it to the long throw. And as we see, a lot of these setups just kind of do their job. With a spike ball rolling all the way over. Okay. Okay, up we go. Nope, too early. That time I was not even remotely in position to intercept a shell on top of the mole. It's nice to know that the one time that I managed to snag the red shell there, I was managing to get so much distance after that. Okay. So yeah, definitely this sitting with this level has been the most successful by far in terms of making progress in both segments. And while I don't necessarily think I'll be getting the clear, it now looks more and more manageable given that we have seen everything in the level. It's just that there's one jump we haven't done, which is the jump to get from segment 1 to segment 2. But everything else has been mapped out at least once. And there are no other surprises, I don't think. Okay, nope. Still having a lot of trouble dropping in on that. Because just following the throw marker there isn't quite enough, I think, to tell me how to do a good controlled drop in a way that's going to intercept a shell on top of the correct column. Okay. There we go. There we are. Good so far. Shell grab. And yeah, too close to the wall, I think, on that shell drop. I don't know why it's so heavily suggesting using the left wall, though. I guess maybe it's, at that point, too close to the right side wall to get a proper shell jump off a forward throw rather than a backward one. I'm sure there's some reason you're suggesting a backward throw, but it seems like I'm traveling a bit too far left as I'm doing it, that I should be staying mostly along the right column as I bounce my way up. And so it's twice now that we've gotten to the last jump in the first half of the level. And after that, of course, we'll have to make sure shell jumps beginning of the second segment are going to cooperate. Nope, miss. It doesn't make a difference. If I do a forward throw, then just do it. Oh, you just personally like back shots, okay. Yeah, because it seems like the distance there might be flexible, but I don't know, because obviously I haven't been there enough to practice what feels more comfortable. It's just that I have almost no experience doing any kind of back shot. And so the muscle memory for that is just not drilled in yet. In a way that I'm only now beginning to more reliably get standard shell jumps in terms of knowing how to lean into them properly. And adjust my positioning as the shell rebounds off the wall. So, this has been by far the best session we've ever had, though, as I was saying earlier, and as you probably know, as the maker. Nope, I missed the question block. You do need to hit the question block in order to spawn the spike ball that drops the blaster and continues that setup. Which is a bit deceptive, because the other question blocks are just recommended targets that give you coins, and nothing until that one actually requires that you hit accurately. But we've known about that for a while, though, so just need to do that accurately and hope everything else falls into place. Okay, up we go. But yeah, even before the stream went on break last year, I think I would have found it remarkable that I would be able to come back after a fairly lengthy break and make substantial progress on this. That's generally a good sign. I feel like I've been more successful with shell jumps generally. It might just be because of my controller switch. That it was only when I resumed this stream in February that I started playing regularly with the Super Nintendo controller as my main controller for Maker 2, and so I feel like that is making things easier when it comes to the comfort of the D-pad and just the comfort of the controller generally. I don't tend to do controllers with grip handles very well, even though they have been around at this point for the vast majority of the history of game controllers, perhaps. Since the... I guess technically the Nintendo 64 era, but certainly the GameCube era with the Wavebird. I still prefer that gripless, lightweight form factor of the Super Nintendo controller, and the D-pad is just much more comfortable for things like this. Although I know, Electrodude, that you said you had tested this and built this with stick, if I remember. But yeah, Super Nintendo D-pad works for shell jumps quite well. Very comfortable, in fact. But yeah, we'll just push through this and let's go up. Nope, way out of position on the shell throw that time. The early stuff is going well enough generally, though. At least I'm getting a decent number of attempts, and that's often a trick to these harder levels, I think, is just to be able to get attempts at all on the hardest jumps. And if you're going to maybe clear the hardest jumps 5% or 10% of the time, well, at least you need to get there enough times for that to give you a reasonable chance. It used to be that I was only making shell jumps at all, maybe about 20% of the time, but as you can see here, a lot of the throws have been going much better. First time I died to that one, which is unfortunate, given that that one is fairly simple as far as landing zones go. At least if the two wide P block markers are to be trusted. Okay, just barely missed there. Slightly early release once again. SDGML, it's going great. We had a very good stream. We're closing with a level that has been back on this stream again and again many times over the past year, but I am making what is currently my best series of attempts on it, by far. We've seen a lot of this level today that previously had not appeared on the stream. Yeah, way better with the forward shot. And, oh yeah, okay, so I was caught off guard there by the change in camera positioning relative to when you go through the practice door, because the practice door, of course, spawns you at a much higher position. You were asleep and you woke up, and now you're in bed unable to sleep. Well, very glad to have you here to kind of give you some content to address any insomnia that you may have. I mean, depending on your time zone, I'm sure that's the case for a number of people here, including some of the crazy early risers in Europe. So yeah, SD, how are you doing? Hope you are all well. Okay, that's too far to the left. I do need to drop it on top of the center column, if I'm able to. Yeah. Yeah, this was the last level that got into the queue before closing, so I'm pushing on it while we have made substantial progress already. 11:30 a.m. already at Electrodude's time. Yeah, Electrodude, I guess sometimes I do see you show up here much earlier when it is still before breakfast for you. And yeah, for people who are night owls and are the kind who on North American time would be here in the wee hours, 11:30 is definitely maybe a little ahead of schedule. Okay, forward we go. And okay. Nope. I was going for that coin, because obviously that's telling me something about how the shell kick is going to work there. No, actually, the coin I think is just there for positioning, so I have a reasonable chance at grabbing the red shell that is dislodged on the right side of the wall. But yeah, now that I know that a forward shell jump works just fine in that location, I'm pretty much certain that I'm going to do the forward shell jump consistently. I really don't see a reason to do the back shot if it's not required. That's up we go. Okay, I actually got that accurately for once. I know, let up on that jump much too early. 2:30 a.m. and you have to be up at 6 to 6:30. Well, I mean, at this point, the strategy should have just been to sleep at odd hours yesterday and then stay up through the night, right? That's what I've historically done for morning flights to ensure that I don't miss flights, actually, is tend to just stay up before morning flights all the way. And then it gives me ample time to procrastinate on packing Or I can tell myself, okay, I've got all night to pack, and then leave it to the last half hour anyway. Not that we've had to take any flights recently, of course, with the pandemic conditions being the way they are. But yeah, getting to the final segment in the first half quite a few times now. So, this has been significantly productive when it comes to making any kind of headway through this level and making it seem realistic that we'll eventually get to clear. And you need to be mentally and physically sprite for work. I see, so you've got some kind of early Sunday shift then. Even if it is on a work-from-home basis. If it is. Yeah, caffeine can address that, but I guess strategically timed all-nighters sometimes can get you prepared for the right kind of working hours as well. Yeah, I don't do very well with 24-hour sleep cycles. The odd thing is that streaming on this schedule and doing this very suboptimal time slot that is inconvenient for everyone has actually forced my sleep schedule to be a little more regular. In a very perverse way. But... there we go. And up. It's going to be a miss, as it very often is. And we'll tap all this on our way up. Nope, too high. What is my time zone? I would say that it's very deeply inconsistent. I would have to check. No, actually, I've been in a fairly consistent time zone for the last little while, but I try not to trap myself in 24-hour thinking. Let's just say that it's a time zone that's maybe not going to be the time zone for most of my viewers. Whoops. No, I don't actually mind disclosing that. It's, I am technically on Eastern Daylight most of the time that I'm running this stream. But given that my operating hours, that probably seems crazy to people, but I've kind of been doing a nocturnal cycle for much of my adult life anyway, independent of where I'm living. So, no, I forgot that I was going to do the forward shot, not the back shot. I just kind of love that there. Yeah. I don't know if I'd actually previously disclosed my time zone on this stream, but I know it's fairly easy to figure out if people just watch the clock in my Switch when it shows up, which it occasionally has. But yeah, I do this time because it is literally the only time that I'm able to stream. And even when I do kind of more standard afternoon to evening times in NA for the Scrabble stream on Wednesdays, that's actually a very difficult time for me to arrange. Because if I could do more convenient times for people, like I did for much of last year, when last year I actually tended to do streams throughout the week that were kind of 12 hours apart to capture a couple of different audiences, so, you know, you would have one that starts at, say, well, my standard time now, and one that's my standard time displays 12 hours. And yeah, believe me, I'm glad I can manage to do this as well. I thought it was highly in doubt for a while. Because late last year, my schedule just kind of changed on me in a way that made the daytime streams totally impossible. So it took a couple of months to find a pattern that would allow me to come back. And in that time, I was barely playing any Mario Maker because I like to record everything I do with Mario Maker, and especially because I tend to show off so many makers who really know what they're doing and whose levels really do deserve a lot of airplay. There is always an audience on Twitch no matter the time, but it definitely kind of fluctuates, you know, on a populational basis. It's kind of nice to carve out a bit of a niche for yourself if you are, as in my case, one of the relatively few English language streamers who's doing this game at this hour. There's a consistent set of people, probably about half a dozen people who do so similarly, but to a certain extent, I've also kind of... I want to say I've sort of saturated the audience for this, but then you look over at something like Orator stream, and then you realize that's definitely not true. That was, as I've said before, one of the reasons I kind of used to watch a lot of Orator stream to get back into Mega 1 late in his life. Because his stream time, which would be overnight in his region, and because I believe he's on Mountain Time, it worked out very well for me. I was not living in Eastern at the time, but I've had to move around a fair bit. But yeah, it's good that we can get some consistent people here, and that we have some reach across both North American and EU makers who are able to drop by. Some of them at the start of the stream, some of them at the end. Okay. SD, if you have anything you want to show me, this is the last level that's in the queue currently. It's obviously a bit of a longer, harder grind, but I don't mind just slipping in one additional code maybe as a bit of a break if we have something comparatively short. But of course, if you are just kind of showing up briefly before you need to get some sleep for 6 AM, no worries about that. You can always catch me another time. Yeah, queue is closed right now, but if you just want to punch in a code or something, maybe we can do that as a momentary diversion. Sorry, let me just open that up for you very quickly. We're not going to be on stream for very long, but since this is a long level, I don't mind just ducking into one more thing, and then Electrodude, I will probably come back to this afterwards for as long as I'm able to stay, simply because we are making substantial progress today. And let me just close that up quickly, and we'll just do a bit of a bonus level here. Since I know SD, at least the other levels that you sent me were pretty manageable so far, so we'll just go reverse chronological as before. Yeah, that was technically going to be the last level of the stream, but it was not going to be over anytime soon, so. Paparazzi's Birthday Link Run, 1.5, very speedy with a record from Supernova. Yeah, sure, we'll take a look. The goal as Link. Be Toadette Link, apparently. Okay. Arrow Shot, of course. Okay. No, actually, just firing like that should be okay. We do know from Supernova's time that the time should be relatively flexible here. Maybe not so flexible that I can afford to wait out the P-switch, but yeah, just needed to get the downwards thrust accurately in that location. Nope. Let's do the arrow shot for once. This is your first and only Link level, yeah. I find that most people over-indicate Link levels anyway. I mean, at least as a speedrun, this isn't overly tight. So there's a little bit of flexibility when it comes to reading the obstacles properly. Ah, yes, I do need to beat this P gate over here. Yeah, you'll definitely find as you're on the stream that I kind of don't really believe in the community standardized indicators as much as some other streamers do. I mean, obviously, as somebody who's playing, I need to know how to read them, but I find that often it can be excessive anyway. Do I need that? Maybe. Ah, yes, okay. Seconds here. Okay. I don't like that it's not a tight speedrun, actually. That it does... At least I don't think it's tight. It does require me to think on my feet a bit. Okay. Of course, we're making a total mess out of this segment, though. Yeah, arrow shot to the right. Let me think about that. Then through to Keydor, which should be do that. Supernova's time is very optimized. Yeah, I know he does that sort of thing. I'm temperamentally not really a speedrunner at all, but I find the routing problems to be fairly interesting. Notice this hard block here. Seems like it's not going to do anything too interesting, though. I was thinking of bombing that location just for the sake of doing it. But fairly clear to me that we're already built on the bottom half of main world. Okay, here. Nope, too close. And yeah, we do need the on-off switch for the landing location after the drop at the end of that segment. Okay, here we are. And here we go. Okay. So yeah, I definitely need to improve my time in the final segment as we go for each of the key coins and dodge the thwomps. Let's do that. Okay. Okay. Nope. 7 seconds. Nope, just going to miss. Yeah, probably should have gone down low first. And let the thwomps be trapped by the one-way panels. I didn't even consider that. But letting the thwomps be trapped is probably ideal there. Because I'm definitely burning a lot of time on that segment, and I don't know how much is left after that, which is going to be a bit of an unknown at this point. Going to need about 13 seconds after the Keydor. Okay, I'm not even close then. Got a long ways to go. In that case, we put that through. Nope. Nope. Okay, got a double shot there. That was probably part of the optimization. We bump. And then 5 seconds. Yeah, got a ways to go. So, seems like that should be the last segment. We just maybe bounce over 2 balls at once. And yeah, also getting that double shot. Trying to collect 2 coins at once. That's That'd be very helpful. On top of what you said about dodging the flops, okay, we do need to get out of here as soon as possible. Too much lag time in that segment for sure. Okay. 29 seconds on detonation. That's going to be similar to how I did previously, but... Okay. Nope. Missing too many shots here. And, yeah, I'm going to be way behind. Getting in here with 9 seconds is actually worse than the last time. Let me just see how far off we are. 1-ups are at the end there, okay. I just need a little bit more time going into that segment. And... here we go. Okay, there we go. Well, that big coin that's in the top, that's almost certainly inaccessible to me unless I want to spend extra time. Grab that 30 coin. And then that's not going to be anywhere near what I need. Make that shot work. 14 seconds though, okay, that's a lot better. It's a birthday level, that's a little sound effect heavy, okay. Whoops. Love that. I think I was going a bit slowly anyway. I feel like I do need to do 2 at a time, maybe, if I can reach. Whoops. Well, given that we have a 60-second start, yeah, Supernova's time really is pretty tight when it comes to how much time it managed to shave. Okay. And then we have a raid from Tony S tier. Let me just give you a quick shout out. Tony S tier, very often an excellent Mario Maker streamer who has been around by many names. And thank you for dropping by as well, P. Lager. We're actually winding down for the day. I was already kind of on my last level of the stream, and we had added an extra one. So I won't be on for too long, but thank you for dropping by regardless. It's kind of nice to see you drop by. Given that usually our times work out such that I would be the one rating Tony, not the way around. Yeah, hope the games have been going well and that Mario Maker has given you many good levels to enjoy. Okay. Nope. Keep missing this. About 5 seconds left. I think maybe that was doable. And yeah, we'll pass it on in a bit. I was going to go back to the shell level before this one to give it a few more attempts after I pass this, but it depends on how well we do with this one, of course. As we try to beat the timer in the final segment. Okay, that's going to be a problem. Yeah, I'm way behind this time. I feel like a arrow shot that drops on all the piranhas on the right side is actually something that's a potential time saver. Instead of doing the downward thrust, but oops, we're not going to try that. It's unlikely to be the answer I'm looking for. Okay, here we go. And all the way down. Nope. Time saver is not charging, but rather spamming the sword. Okay, I see. Didn't know that that was going to be that much of a savings for that distance, but... Oh, I see, okay. Amazing how often the munchers on the left are actually managing to catch me off guard. Oops. And we'll come through here. Got this, and yeah, what you were saying about charging, I will just promptly forget. Then, okay. Yeah, doing the arrow shot instead of running back and forth is going to be a saving of a few seconds, I think. Okay. Nope, missing the arrow shot is going to lose any seconds. So much for those gains. Looks like we're going to be, once again, way too slow getting through the door. Oops. Kind of nice, though, to see a speed level that's involving interactions like the pink coin segment that are not very strictly constrained on a single method path. Just as a change from the usual. Because in some ways the meaning of speedrun in this game and this community has become excessively homogenized at times, and it's nice to have a bit of a change of pace. Okay. Okay. Okay, 16 seconds going into here, as long as I don't miss the various downward thrusts here. We should be in significantly better shape. No, I do need to go one at a time, I think. Thank you for the follow. It's just a fast level, as you were saying. And we'll around and bump. And here we go. Nope. Could have gone much better. And yeah, we are. And yeah, this is the part where I was supposed to tap with the sword, but I'm not going to remember that. Okay. Going to have the detonation at 31 seconds, which I've done better, but I've also done much, much worse. There we go. 15 seconds. Now let's take this somewhat patiently to make sure I can get all of these thrusts down. 9 seconds at the halfway point here. I think we should make it. That's a GG. Yeah, glad I figured out a good path to get past the thwomps without getting too trapped. I mean, when the thwomps are kind of retracting back into position, you can lose a ton of time if you've missed a shot, so. As I was saying much earlier in the stream on a different level, sometimes doing diagonal shots, especially in midair, are a massive problem for me, so. Let's mark that one as a win, and let's get back to the one we were grinding up before, and then I will definitely be done for the day. So we'll actually do just a few more attempts on this, I think. And then we'll see how we do from there. Yeah, seeing the whole level at this point. You wish you could change your arrow direction after setting it? Well, we've seen some interesting concepts that take advantage of the fact that it locks your facing direction, for sure. There have been some pretty interesting Link levels that use that constraint and turn it into something relatively decent. Okay. Let's get back to where it was in this one. Well, it's kind of nice to have a decent start after a little bit of time off in a different level. And yeah, this will definitely be the last one I do today, though. And don't expect to clear it, but if I can string in the first half into the second half and take that camera repositioning into account, the way that the second half looks different at the start than when you go through the practice store, just given your spawning position. If I can get that sorted out, then we are in pretty decent shape with this level that has dogged me for the longest time. Okay, up we go. Once again, missing... probably releasing too early. And the seesaw setup, yeah, it is pretty interesting. We spend enough time trying to get the jumps down in this level that sometimes maybe we don't appreciate enough just the complexity of the setup that it takes to spike ball all the way left to right and through each of these columns of spike blocks that are going to unlock something at the end. It took me a while to understand the seesaw setup, that's for sure. Although not as long as it took me to understand the long red shell jump into red shell jump into platform, which is easily the most challenging section, I think. Whoops, too high. Okay. Yeah, because I basically had to learn how to do shell jumps in the course of learning this level over a fairly long period of time. Definitely wasn't really even able to make it past the earliest sections when I first saw it. So the fact that it's within reach in some ways, in terms of having seen the whole layout, is a pretty significant milestone. And then we'll just get some of this down. So this is the jump that's kind of difficult, too high on that shell throw, as you can see, probably too far to the right as well, such that it's not properly getting that deflection. Okay. Here we go. Coming in a little bit low there. Maybe it was a bit of a late throw, or maybe just a case of letting up on the jump way that I shouldn't have. So yeah, I might have a fairly busy streaming week ahead of me, depending on how many we can fit in, because I was hoping to do that 3D World finale stream, and also the little maker feature nights. Hey, there we go. Of course, we now see, confirmed that that coin, that block rather, is a coin block that is hit repeatedly. Even though I was out of position that time, I still like a forward shell jump much better in that location. I don't feel comfortable doing the back jump at all, so... Okay. Toadette's just having the time of her life here until misses the block. So we'll just keep going. Whoops. You still haven't finished 3D World, I see. Yeah. It is a game that's very much worth completing. Now, by still haven't finished, I don't know what completion milestone you're talking about, whether it's end credits or 100% or anything like that, but I will say it is one of the most satisfying 100% experiences in the major Nintendo series. And I did originally do it entirely in co-op back in the Wii U version, 2013, 2014. But I've kind of been steadily completing my current files solo, and so we've basically just saved the best for last, and I was hoping to get that recorded, because I had a wonderful time with the finale in co-op originally, and it'd be nice to relearn it. So. You've taken a break from every game, yeah. I mean, sometimes that's just how time is going to go. I don't even mind that there's for me anyway, a fairly sparse release schedule so far in 2021, because I'm massively overbooked with content for Mario Maker anyway, in terms of things I want to do in this game. So yeah, we do occasionally do some other games on the stream for sure. I did Ori and the Will of the Wisps back in February. But recently we've just replaced that with some of the additional Maker streams of Puzzle Days, and also showing off some specific makers. So that's usually going to be the slot that gets traded in and out between Mario Maker and some other diversions as they come in. You defeated Bowser's Castle, but then there's a Bowser World after, because Peach wasn't there. Yes, yeah, I know exactly where you are, yeah. So, believe me, the best is yet to come. And yeah, definitely switching back and forth between this game and 3D World does a number on your memory for mechanics. Because there are a lot of things that function differently in 3D World compared to the 3D World style here. Okay. Here we go. There we are. Get down to this shell and miss. That throw had always given me quite a lot of grief, but it seems like the camera position won't be pulled up until we finish that shell jump, so I do need to get accustomed to the fact that it's going to have a camera position that is that high. And string some of those jumps together, we will be in good shape. And yeah, 3D World was definitely a game that was sort of evangelizing when it was much less popular. So I'm very glad that it has been given a second chance with a new audience. Also a fantastic co-op experience. So, here we go. But yeah, as I said, well worth it to do 100% in the game eventually, although it is a pretty sizable undertaking. And then afterwards, you can have a bit of dessert with Bowser's Fury. Bowser's Fury is short enough that I actually kind of want to replay it after I'm totally finished with 3D World. Because when I played it, it was my first day back streaming, back in February. So my first stream back was right after the release of Bowser's Fury. And my 3D Mario mechanics were very rusty at the time, so after having warmed up a bit. Nice thing about Bowser's Fury is that it is something that can be done in a relatively brief session once you know what it is you're doing. I like how you refer to it as Browser's Fury. You know, like it's Netscape Navigator or something. But that's how it goes. Yeah, I guess Electrodude, you're probably not old enough to remember Netscape Navigator, but these days, I guess it's just Chrome getting mad at you. You're on mobile, okay, I see. Yeah, that's why I turn off autocorrect, it makes everything clumsier, but I'd rather not deal with that. Okay. Whoops. There are many games that are too good to keep on a Wii U. I love the Wii U as a system. I think it obviously had its fair share of problems, but there were a lot of great things about the concept. That's, of course, just wound up being maybe a little bit incomprehensible or undesirable to the market at the time. There's a lot that will not really be faithfully ported from the Wii U, unfortunately, if it's games that really are dependent on the dual screen concept. You're bad enough at typing on mobile that you do need autocorrect, I see, okay. Yeah, I guess if you just slap your thumbs all over the letters, especially if people are on small screens. I'm not particularly fond of how large mobile devices have become as a standard. And I know that was partly motivated by everybody taking up mobile as one of their preferred platforms for video streaming content. Like, for example, the broadcast you're watching currently. Yeah, I had a wonderful time with the Wii U. Particularly as somebody who plays 2D platformers, I thought it was the best console for 2D platformers since the Super Nintendo. By quite a long shot, in fact. Not very many titles, but all of them are just absolutely solid. There's a lot on the Wii U that would be very easily portable that I'm surprised has not made it, namely the NES Remix games, that being one of the more conspicuous examples. And yeah, NSMBU was definitely underappreciated in its own time, just partly given its proximity, I think, to NSMB2 on a DS, and the sense that it was very incremental when it came to what it added to the Wii version. But if you actually get into the level design, it's really the NSMB series in its most developed form by quite a long shot. There is a rather famous ROM hack of NSMB Wii that's called a newer Super Mario Bros. Wii. And I know that the team for that has been working on some kind of massive redevelopment of it, and they haven't reported back on it in a while, though, so I don't know if that's still going on, or if the project is stalled or anything. But obviously, if you don't have access to, you know, loading stuff like that onto your memory card on a Wii, I think they're going to issue a version that's maybe more accessible to people playing on the likes of Dolphin Emulator. Because I've heard a lot of good things about newer from people who I trust about Mario Maker, basically. The game that I think really deserves a Wii to Switch port, or a Wii to modern console port, is actually Donkey Kong Country Returns. Because there really isn't so much of a definitive version of that game, because with the original release on Wii, well, first of all, obviously that was not in HD, and secondly, the motion controls for certain motions, like pounding the ground, etc., would be a bit clumsy. And then they decided to port it to the 3DS with a 3D effect, but a much lower frame rate, but with pure button controls, as well as some additional content. And so you have these two different versions, and neither of them quite feels final. And that, while it's not as robustly developed a game as its sequel, Tropical Freeze, I think it's definitely something that really deserves a second look. I think the next 2D Mario, I think everybody recognizes that for the next 2D Mario, there is a great deal of hunger for a major paradigm shift away from what the NSMB series was doing. That it is time to kind of have that major jump in format and art style and general design principles that you saw from the original entries in the series. Just the massive jump there was from, you know, SMB 1 to 3 and 3 to World, etc. I think there's a great desire for a 2D Mario that's going to be shockingly different, or at least, I mean, still familiar as Mario, still kind of available as anybody's first entry point to the series, which is something that I think the NSMB games actually do quite well. At least I think so. But I think everybody who has been with the series a long time is ready for some kind of big change. And I think there's going to be a lot to the next mainline 2D Mario that is not really going to overlap too much with the experience that we get in Mario Maker. Even most of the mechanics in NSMBU, in fact, never made it into Mario Maker, because most of those mechanics were kind of specially developed for each individual level, and its Luigi equivalent. Okay, there we go, finally a good attempt. After flubbing a few of those, still missing that jump. NSMB Wii was your first game, like your first Mario game? Or like your first entry point into the series on a whole? And yeah, the thing that makes an official Nintendo game different, I think, that will still make it a very valuable experience to play an official 2D Mario, even with Mario Maker being as diverse as it is that you have a totally different trust relationship with the designer in terms of reading what they're doing. I certainly feel like that's something that has a long way to go, that does not really have a replacement. That there's a lot that you can still do with traditional Mario that's not available to us here, and which can in fact reincorporate many of the elements that were introduced in Maker, including a lot of these novelties like the bone shell and other original items. First game on a console total, well, great place to start. It's kind of nice to see that people who are latecomers to this can still get a lot of mileage out of it, because there's a lot from, you know, long-term players that we kind of take for granted as this long accumulation of knowledge about how platforming works that carry with us from game to game as we recognize the enemies that come back and the references to different music tracks and all the different design principles that have changed along the way. But as I think all of my regulars have heard me observe before, the age spread in this game, not in terms of only the age of the players, but also the age of their experience with 2D platforming generally, is always something that's really interesting in terms of just how broad it is. You have a lot of players in this game who got into 2D platformers despite having come of age mostly during a time when the genre was extremely underserved. Yeah, SD, except the issue with that is that I don't think anybody particularly... I mean, you know, Nintendo has great designers, but they, in the context of judging something like a contest, I don't think they have much of a history of valuing some of the same kinds of invention that people on the technical side of Mario Maker tend to. And even within Mario Maker, I mean, it's just a very splintered community in some ways in terms of what people want to get out of the platforming and what they consider a good level. And so Nintendo would surely make selections that would satisfy nobody and would probably feel on the safe side. In general, though, when you're around Nintendo games for a long time, you just kind of get accustomed to a relative lack of community engagement. I mean, you know, if I kind of had it my way, it would just... and I don't just say this part of self-interest because it affects me, but just snag most of the people who are in 4YMM and you've got a decent game right there. As you can see from me wiping out on Electrodude's level repeatedly. That's... Yeah, no, you picked a great game to start with when it comes to video games. Whoops. I think this varies very much by generation when it comes to what people imagine when they hear somebody else talk about video games. Like, what's your kind of default notion of a video game? And for me, it has always been 2D platformers. That, despite being somebody who plays a lot of strategy games on PC, etc., that when I think video game, the first thing I think of is Super Mario Bros. As the kind of de facto format. And it's not true for a lot of the people who just grew up in an environment of ubiquitous first-person shooters, for instance. But then in many cases, that also depends on what platforms they were using when they were introduced to video games. I mean, you started with NSMB Wii because it came free with the console, I see. Yeah, I guess, I mean, NSMB Wii would have already been a few years into the life of the Wii. 2009, I think. I did obtain my Wii at launch because I was already very much in the Nintendo fold by then. And I did have to camp in the snow for it, which was the last time I did that for any kind of major product release, but in that instance it was worth it. Okay, I would like to get a good attempt that strings the first half into the second half, but then if we can't do that soon, Electrodude will probably call it for this session. Yeah, the Wii was released in November 2006. Same weekend as the film Casino Royale, in fact. The reason I know that is because I parked overnight at a shop. Saw that the queue wasn't very long yet, because it was sub-zero temperatures, and you know, people had to come very prepared with warm clothes, and bundle up like you're climbing Mount Everest. And I decided, okay, I can afford to spend 2 hours to just go to the neighboring cinema and watch Casino Royale. And so I did that, and I went back into the queue. Camped overnight for Twilight Princess. There we go. And yeah, Electro Dude, I do seem to remember that Mario Kart Wii tends to be the cart that you swear by. Oops. Whoops. Okay. Oh yeah, NSMB Wii, though, was really refreshing to have because as far as home consoles went, it was the first Mario platformer in an absurdly long time. I mean, there was, of course, NSMB on DS prior to it, but, you know, as somebody who plays 2D platformers as the main kind of console game, I do have, you know, other kind of main genres when it comes to the PC side, but for somebody who has platformers as the sort of main console experience, the thing about the massive 2D platformer drought that led up to the mid-2000s, that was not fun. That was, you know, the period when everybody was just trying to chase conversions to 3D with every possible series, whether it or not. And yeah, it was very clear to me, I'm never going to be in a situation, I think, where I'll be doing any kind of product camping like that ever again. Certainly not with online orders and pre-orders and such being what they are now. I did get a Switch at launch as well, and I did pick it up in store, but it was, you know, a 1-hour queue for the pickup indoors, and the actual pre-order went very smoothly. But yeah, the Nintendo Die Hard experience, when you really get into it, becomes a sort of series of cultural landmarks, I guess, that you associate with very precise moments in your life. July 2019 was a fantastic time to get into the Switch, actually, right after the release of Maker 2, in fact. I don't know if you were ever that active in Maker 1 on the Wii U, as a Wii U owner. But, whoops. Loving that jump. Oh, I see. So you got it specifically for Mario Maker. Yeah, that's right. Well, as good a reason as any. This is by far my most played Nintendo game of all time. And nothing comes even remotely close. I was rather naive back in 2017 to think that Breath of the Wild was going to hold that record for very long. Breath of the Wild is now my third most played game on the system, despite having logged an absurd number of hours on it and practically living in Hyrule back in March 2017 for some time. And yeah, it was kind of nice that Mario Maker 1 was actually something that was such a healthy scene, relatively, on the Wii U, even after a lot of other players had begun to abandon it. Even just the quality of content in Mario Maker 1 going all the way into 2019 when I was catching up on it, and when we were already nearly 2 years into the Switch. That was really quite something to behold. Your levels in Maker 1 are absolute garbage. I think most people feel that way. There are a few people who made good levels in Maker 1 who are still around. But yeah. Certainly none of my Maker 1 content was worth replicating here. But of course, I got most of my making done in that game in that initial period after release in September 2015, before anybody knew what they were doing and before there was much of a systematic understanding of things like spawning and despawning rules, and we had yet to have things like checkpoints and keys and all the other things we take for granted now. I forgot to grab the shell. And there we go. Okay. There we go, actually. Getting that twice in a row is a fairly major accomplishment. Missing the shell jump? Okay. But yeah, it was incredible to see just how much Mario Maker progressed over the course of the first game. I don't know if that is as true of the second game. I comment on this quite a bit, but I think the sense of a metagame and a sense of what people would accept as good design or pacing in Maker 2 kind of got standardized a little too early for its own good. I mean, I have a stream where I am kind of privileged to see lots of great submissions from great makers on a regular basis. I feel like the content quality on this stream is well above average for viewer levels, for sure. But you can easily see why somebody, especially somebody like an Endless player, or somebody who's even watching an average viewer level stream, would get the sense that the kind of levels that you see developed in this game are a little bit homogenized, that you have a couple of genres that were already well established in Maker 1 and which have just been carried forward with very minor variation. So, yeah, that's the spiel I go on quite a bit when it comes to how the Maker community is faring. I mean, you know, the good levels, the inventive ones, and the ones that break the mold do exist. Just a matter of finding and circulating them. Okay. Let's see if we can do this. Grab that. Not quite. All hopes of potentially falling asleep have been dashed, because your cat has taken up residence. Did you ever tell me the name of your cat, if you're willing to share, or I don't recall. I just remember you saying you had a cat. It's kind of funny because when you look at things like password leaks and so on, you know, the kind that expose just how many people do in fact set their password to something like 123 password. The most commonly leaked passwords in data breaches actually map quite closely to the most popular cat names. So you see tons of people use the password Shadow, for instance, and it correlates to the popularity of Shadow as this name for black cats, or can't come up with anything better. Queenie and Maggie, I see. Whoops. Here we are. Up we go. Okay, actually doing the red shell a lot more often now, which is really quite nice to see. Still kind of hesitating a bit on the last shell jump there. But yeah, if we can get over to segment 2 and if we can understand how to play around the lower camera position for the first few jumps in segment 2, then this really does feel clearable all of a sudden. It's just a matter of getting a little more consistency out of the early stuff. So, like I said, though, not going to stay on it for too long, but I do want a good attempt, at least, on getting into the second section and understanding how to play around a camera there. Whoops. You don't use your cat's name as passwords because all you do is brag about them, yeah. So sooner or later, people will, you know, try something just from knowing, if they do, the preponderance of passwords out there that are cat names. You would think that the people who named their black cat Shadow would at some point catch on to the fact that a lot of other people's black cats are named Shadow. But, you know, maybe they just let their children name the cats. That's the first dark thing they can think of. Yeah, I certainly hope your cats are treating you well. I have a friend with 3 cats who very sadly lost 2 cats over the course of the pandemic. One of them was gravely ill for some time and had kind of gone way past his life expectancy, but the other one passed very suddenly. And so they kind of reduced from a 3-cat to a 1-cat household. And we're just kind of still in a bit of shock about that, I think, just given how much part of their life the cats were. And yeah, so I definitely totally understand from having seen other cat people how the cats rule their life and how much you have to plan your household around them. Anyway, here we go. Here we go. Well, I feel like I'm getting a slightly higher hit percentage when it comes to that red shell, that drop. And even things like the spiny shell used to give me tons of trouble that I'm not feeling as much anymore. Yeah, I think that's the case for a lot of things that take a lot of work and rule your life. That's the joy they bring you is definitely justification. I mean, the question always being, like, would you do this if they didn't really bring you that? I'm not really a pet owner myself, but that's partly because I sort of know that I would have a great deal of trouble sort of adjusting my life around the logistics of pet care. That there are too many things that I don't want interfered with when it comes to my living space that I'm not willing to compromise on. And hey, here we go. No, I have not made that successfully yet. Okay. If we can make that jump, like if we can get from that lowered camera position over the first muncher in section 2, I feel like that's going to be a breakthrough. And And I don't know if I will be able to do it in this setting, but it feels like it's just barely out of reach. And of course, that's something that you can't just practice from the practice store, because the whole point here is to get accustomed to visualizing that from lower camera height. So. Okay. Alright, here we go. No, miss. I can wait and readjust the door part. You know what? That would have been useful. I guess, if I'm not going for any kind of speed record. Yeah, it wasn't clear to me if the level is still in the correct on-off state, whether I would need to maintain some kind of momentum with the spike ball, given that, of course, the spike ball would have a very different starting interaction if you were starting past a practice store. So for instance, if you go through the practice store, you see, yeah, I guess the spike ball gets trapped in a claw on its way up, doesn't it? And that's how you do it. But definitely the fact that I'm kind of going off camera with the muncher is something that I wasn't quite prepared for. So yeah, if I'm able to make that adjustment, I should just do it. Okay, so we'll try to give that one more try to see if I can get past the boundary from section 1 to 2, and then I'll try it with camera adjustment if I can make one good attempt that does that. It certainly felt like the sort of up and down interaction at the beginning of section 2 was partly designed to get the camera in line, no matter how you approach that section. But definitely if somebody is playing straight through, for instance, without the practice store, it wouldn't necessarily be thinking in terms of the higher camera position. Yeah, we are in some ways so tantalizingly close to finally getting this one. Okay, here we are. I think I will have the bail fairly soon, though. Kind of nice to have this at the end of the queue from time to time, though, just to properly grind it out without much pressure either way. Okay, now that would have gone better if I'd just gone a little further to the right. I think I would have been able to position myself accurately. Yeah, but to go back to the subject of, you know, having been around Super Mario for a long time, occasionally I'm shocked at how well people keep in their heads, you know, the most arcane knowledge about things like comic book continuity, that people would just know all the different versions of Superman continuity or what have you, and would know all of the different runs of whatever issues of a comic by different authors, storylines over time, etc., that they've just cataloged over the course of decades. And to me, that just seems completely impenetrable. And then I realized, you know what, to an outsider, if I sort of told them about minute mechanical differences between... knowing the difference between New Super Mario Bros. DS and New Super Mario Bros. Wii and New Super Luigi U, New Super Luigi U, and being able to tell you about all the differences with that and Mario Maker as well. Whoops, totally wasn't paying attention to the camera lift. That a lot of that would probably sound just as obscure. Anyway, SD, thanks for dropping by. Hopefully you do get some sleep, even with Weenie deciding to park herself there. And yeah, hope you get at least reasonably rested for a few hours from now, and you have a good night. Whoops. And we'll see how much more we can accomplish with this. Okay, should be paying attention this time, and doing the camera adjustment. instead of going on autopilot in the rare circumstance that I do in fact make the shell jump into section 2. But yeah, here we are. And it is sort of interesting sometimes to see people who are very experienced in Mario Maker, but who have actually never played some of the source games, like, you know, people who have never played SMB3 or whatever. Because for a certain generation, SMB3 and all the things that you do in there with the warp whistles, etc., were just such common social knowledge when people playing video games. To the point, of course, that you have that famous SMB3 secret in Celeste. Whoops. Which is one of the few times I've seen, you know, kind of game-to-game cultural knowledge like that being used as a secret clue. Which is why that's one of the things that I remember about Celeste very vividly, is that for something like that, you've either played SMB3 or you haven't. And of course, playing this game excessively just messes with a lot of your understanding of the original games as well. Given that everything here is kind of a compromise style. No. Prepared that time, I just didn't quite nail it. But yeah, maybe one more attempt that gets us over the central section, and then try to have the presence of mind to adjust the camera, and then probably fail the first muncher jump anyway. But if we can get back there for one more attempt, I think I'll be quite satisfied to call it quits. Until the next time we see this, of course. A fairly long journey to learn this. And then we get to do it all over again with the Fire Flower level. But that will come in time. So, in the meantime, we'll just make what progress I can. However, if I'm slipping quite like this for many attempts in a row, I may bail as well, because that will just show me that I'm kind of past my peak for this session. You know, any kind of long grind, I think, sometimes does have a bit of a peak of performance where you're just going to slip from there and not improve any further. We don't seem to have reached that yet, fortunately. Okay, adjust the camera. Okay, that was the best we've ever done. By far the best we've ever done. And I think we should end on a moderately high note and just kind of take that as encouragement, because I feel like this level is finally at long last within reach. But I think it will have to wait for next time, so it has indeed been Progress City. A bit of a long sitting with it today, but I'm really glad we put that in just to finally string that together. It's really been a treat to do that. So, and there aren't a lot of shell levels I would do that with. I think this one has benefited from just being very intrinsically satisfying in many ways in terms of watching the setups come together and learn the jumps at an increasingly reliable basis. With that in mind, I am going to call an end to this stream and also scan around for a raid so I can forward you folks on to somebody else who's probably doing Mario Maker. And I'll just see who's on at the moment and pass you on to somebody interesting. Possibly somebody new, but in the meantime, yeah, Electrodude, you're quite free to suggest somebody. We may or may not take that suggestion, depending on whether it's somebody we've already been raiding constantly and recently, but, you know, your suggestions tend to be quite good. That's right, Willoughby's is doing the streamiversary. I didn't know that he was already on for that. In fact, oh yes, yes he is. Yes, we definitely must say hello to him. He is one of our favorite streamers to send you all off to, as many of my regulars know. But yeah, in the meantime, keep an eye on the schedule that we have here. We have lots of programming coming up, going to fit in as many bonus streams as I can this week to cover some of the 3D World content and some of the Metroid levels that we were talking about earlier in the stream. Perhaps. Maybe some other Maker features in between, but we only have time for so much. So in the meantime, rather, thanks for watching. We'll pass you on to Wildebeest for his anniversary shortly. And you have a good morning / afternoon / whatever. And fare thee well.